Do you know what we're here for?
A what now?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Oh, another code to me. Interesting. It's just crazy enough to work, yeah. A what now?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I think this is a great day. For being sad.
Consequences.
He looks good, and he looks hard. Jesus, I said, Cacao?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Well, it's good to see you all again. Sunday FUNDAY, so I'm sure there'll be zero doom for us to look at today. Wait, no, hold on. Nope, checking my list, there might be a little. However, we do have each other, thankfully. Because of that, I feel confident in saying, let us press on into this deep, dark abyss in front of us. Never ceases to amaze just how deep the doom goes, if you will. All right, I guess we'll start in a perhaps a familiar spot to many. Actually, not as familiar as usual. I would say most days we start with gun violence. However, today we're gonna start with police violence. first story. Wait a second. What have I done? What have I done with my screen? Oh, I suck. Good job. Be better, StreamLord. Ah. I found it. Let's start here with this story. The Associated Press. Now, just for context for what we're about to look at here, the Chicago Police Department has been training ahead of the Democratic National Convention, as they're planning on suppressing as many protesters that they foresee coming to the Democratic National Convention. Let's look at this first. This is actually not the most disturbing thing I'm going to show you about the police today, shockingly. Hold on. Wait for it. No. Don't do that. Shaky start, but we're going to get there. Here we go.
These officers are going to be dealing with a lot. They're going to be dealing with volatile situations.
Whoa. Wow. We have way too many support characters out right now. I forgot about that. That's all the characters. You can't have all the characters. That's crazy. That's pandemonium in the streets is what that is. Do we have 10 likes right now? Oh shit, that's what I forgot to do too. Oh, I suck at my job. Oh, I suck at my job. This is what you get. Trying to be fancy. Alright, do we have 10 likes? Because this will be our first roll with... Yep, we do have 10 likes, which is huge. Alright, you're never liking the stream again? Wow, it's offensive. I am highly offended by that. That's a 13. Who has number 13? At least as it stands right now. It may shift over time, as I've got a couple of organizational things relating to these support characters now that we have 20 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, okay. Boom. We're gonna get a Mork from Mork. Got Mork in there. Wait a second. Hold on. I gotta hide everybody else again. You're offended? Why are you offended? I'd need an explanation for why you would be offended by things remaining exactly the same as they've always been, aside from being even better than they were before, considering you have even more potential emotional support character options now. It's just anything could happen, and I'm just not seeing it. I'm not seeing the problem. I'm not seeing the downside in all this. See, it should be like Bad Lefty. Bad Lefty feels supported, so just gonna point that out. All right, now back to this.
To be asked to stand down in situations where the average human being would respond, probably violently. As you can see, the training focuses on discipline. We want to make sure that our officers are disciplined, that they're working together. Those businesses will have security. We're looking at protections in front of those locations so people can't drive into those locations.
So yeah, according to the Chicago police, they're expecting a great number of protesters who they are training to suppress. Wouldn't want free speech to happen on the streets outside the DNC. That would be awkward. You think the characters are good? Thank you. I appreciate that. It did take quite a lot of time to do. It was a good portion of my Saturday, I would say, was getting those support characters done. I would say, I'm just going to say this now because I'll probably forget later, but what was I saying? Oh, right, yeah, this. This took me forever, okay? I'm just going to point this out to those of you. I can't remember who it was that suggested this. Where is it? God damn it. Now I have so many support characters. Is it possible to know? Oh, there it is. Okay, this character right here, Buddy Jesus. Okay, Buddy Jesus on a raptor. Hold on, I'm going to unlock him and make him big as fuck. Buddy Jesus on a raptor with a pride flag took an incredible amount of time. Okay? Just gonna say that to you now. I don't know who was. I know it was kind of like a bunch of people. I know there was the suggestion of Buddy Jesus. Then there was a suggestion of Buddy Jesus on a raptor. I don't know who any of the people that suggested those things. But somehow a pride flag got thrown into there, and the amount of time it took me to Photoshop this into existence. I hope you appreciate. That's what I'm saying. I hope you appreciate the amount of effort that went into that Buddy Jesus right there, because whew, my clicking finger is tired. Okay, now let's get to more of this, because like I was saying, I was not debating you. We do have more disturbing things about the police to look at than that. This is from 2 weeks ago, and I actually considered going through a bunch of videos, but I only found this somewhat later in the day today. Randomly, it got like suggested to me in my algorithm, and when I saw it, I was like, "Excuse me, is this real?" Oh yeah, that's right. Wait, why is Buddy Jesus channeling John Wick? Is Buddy Jesus appearing to do a John Wick impression? Huh, I hadn't considered it. What was I saying? Ah, yes, this very disturbing situation, which is currently developing. Like sometime this year, I can't tell exactly what the earliest date I saw this mentioned this year. Oh my god, this development here is just. I thought this was like a fake story. I thought it was like an Onion article or something. Okay, this is from Fox 13 News, Utah, from 2 weeks ago. Now, I saw a bunch more stories from not just Utah, but from all over the United States. I saw that, you'll see. Let's get to this first, and then I'll talk more. Utah police spent thousands in taxpayer money on a company cited for unconstitutional training. And wait till you see some of this.
What we found was really disturbing. Instructors taught unconstitutional policing practices. They denigrated women and racial and ethnic minorities. They promoted a warrior mentality and glorified violence. They made jokes about their genitalia and harassed members of the audience.
In private industry, if I stood up on a stage at a conference and said stuff like that, I would be fired on the spot. They would drag me off the stage, and that would be the end of my career.
The state of New Jersey has released a report showing how this company's street cop training has coached officers across the country to glorify violence and ignore the Constitution.
This private company has been going state by state, getting paid taxpayer money to teach cops to enforce and to do their jobs in an unconstitutional way. And the fact is, this goes completely against any of the potential reforms that have been attempted to be made. Some of the stuff that these people are saying is just it's insane. You're not even shocked slightly. Well, I get what I get it. But I mean, hold on to that for a second.
Tonight, a Fox 13 News investigation reveals 18 Utah police departments have used the company with your tax dollars. Adam Hervet's now with more from local chiefs and sheriffs on what they're doing about it.
Before we turn up the sound, we want to warn you.
The language used in these videos was horrendous.
There's going to be a lot of bleeped out bad words in this story.
I'm not the one with the 1-inch. I'm a guy like 91 with hookers and cocaine around me, you know?
I out of the female driver. She doesn't want me back though.
But these are the men
For
training
fuck's
police officers.
sake. Did you hear what he said? I know it was blurred out. Listen to that one more time.
91 with hookers and cocaine around me, you know?
I out of the female driver. She doesn't want me back though.
But these are...
I know it's hard to hear because it's all completely blurred out. But, it sounded to me like he was suggesting something along the lines of rape. I couldn't quite tell. It's somewhere between sexual assault and rape. At least it sounded like he was considering one of the two things.
Men training police officers across the country. And the cursing is only part of the problem.
I love violence, I love fighting, I love shooting, and I love freedom. It wasn't that long ago that we were drinking out of the schools of our enemies.
The freedom to commit crimes against civilians.
Taxpayers spent thousands of dollars for the next generation of police to receive this advice. The New Jersey government labeled it as violent, discriminatory, and against the law.
They know this was being recorded. It wasn't a couple of guys at a bar just bragging. Is that a picture of a monkey on the screen while he's talking about a black man?
It's a 75-year-old black.
It sounded like he did and wasn't just thinking. I couldn't tell. It was blurred out so much. It was really hard to tell exactly what the statement was. But from the words that were left in there and the words that were blurred out, I at least could say, that there was at least a consideration of it. I really couldn't say with any clarity. Oh, God. What was I about to say, though? There's something else that just threw me off. Thank you for... I'm glad you think the emotional support characters look fantastic. Those are your words, not mine. What was I doing, though? There was something I was going to say, and I can't remember now. That's bugging me.
A change in drive behavior.
We're paying for this.
Chris Hubbard lives in...
Oh, right. I just completely glossed over this. Hold on.
Being recorded. It wasn't a couple of guys at a bar just bragging. Is that a picture of a monkey on the screen while he's talking about a black man?
It's a 75-year-old black man. A change in drive behavior.
We're paying for this.
Chris Hubbard lives in Utah and is the one who brought this to our attention. At times, he was so frustrated watching these videos, he also had to stop himself from getting bleeped in our story.
Give me a break.
He wanted to know how many Utah officers have also been taught by this company, street cop training. So we looked into it. We found officers from 18 police departments, costing
18 police departments just in Utah. Just in Utah, okay? And fact is I started looking through it, and it appears that they've been in most of the states, if not all. They made it their training illegal now in 9 states. However, they've been doing this for years. So, this really gives us some insight. Like, people were paying $700 a pop to go to these fucking seminars here. And, it's, what do you call it? What was I saying? Sorry, something just happened. Someone, oh God. No, okay. Focus, StreamLord. Yeah, so, literally, people were paying $700 a pop to go to these fucking things all across the country for years. And not just people, right? Law enforcement officers, active law enforcement officers were taking taxpayer money to pay for these seminars, right? And meanwhile, they are denigrating, you know, black people, while they have pictures of monkeys up in the background, basically, seemingly, either admitting to sexual assault while on the job or promoting it to some degree, among a bunch of other shit that we just heard, which is just all just fucking disgusting.
More than $13,000. Pretty cheap compared to the millions of dollars the government is worried it could have to pay in lawsuits if officers follow bad training.
Yeah, that's the funny part, is whenever the police do something wrong, we, the taxpayers, actually foot the bill.
It's just going to get them in trouble. It's going to get them sued.
Bob Sykes is a civil rights attorney in Utah. He was especially concerned with officers being coached to delay traffic stops and detain people without cause.
You have to have reasonable suspicion. You can't just be guessing. And the way I read this and looked at the videos, you know, they're trying to find a way around all of that. Destroys the Constitution.
He's figuring out his computer, really just playing Tetris, not doing anything, and he's asking them very simple questions.
We teach our officers that you cannot unnecessarily delay a traffic stop, right? You have to have a reason for a stop. You can't make one up arbitrarily.
Roy Police Chief Matthew Gwynn says he's had 4 officers attend classes through street cop training. But
you know what this reminds me of? A little bit, especially because these guys come out of former law enforcement and other sorts of institutions and agencies. It reminds me of like former Congress people leaving the government to go work in the private sector as lobbyists to help them circumvent laws that they wrote. This feels very similar, where basically former cops are going out and telling other cops, or you know, how to circumvent the Constitution and, you know, try and get away with it, right? And to commit crimes as police. It is fucking insane. Now, there is a lawsuit currently happening among the bans that I told you about among states, but this is like kind of, what do you call it? This is developing news over the last couple of months, and I haven't done enough research into it. I tried to do a little bit once I found it earlier today, but didn't quite have the time to get further in the weeds with this as I might have liked to. But we may have to go back to this at some point later, because it's just wild. Oh wait, let's listen to what this asshole has to say here at the end. I forgot about this shit. Jesus fucking Christ.
Officers, but according to the report, that's also what happened in New Jersey.
I know a lot of you have been waiting for us to give a statement.
Street cop training never responded to our request for an interview, but they posted this on YouTube.
The truth of the matter is, almost 1,000 police officers know exactly what happened during the 2021 conference, and not one ever complained that there was anything short of great training.
And that's what concerns me. Not one of them complained.
In fact,
1,000 officers went to this one conference in 2021 alone, and none of them flagged it as being problematic. This guy's proud of
all
it.
the attendees that the material they are being taught.
But here's the other problem with policing, right? Cops aren't lawyers. They don't know law the same way you would expect a lawyer or a judge to know. And so, you know, they get advice like this, and yeah, we see the sort of repercussions of this kind of shit, right? And this is only one of, you know, many reasons why cops are so fucked as an institution. But my God, certainly don't need any of this. This is not going to help anything. Idiots like this over here.
Is an extension of what they are learning at their police academies.
No way. No way.
The OSC report also gives the perception that our training supports or promotes unconstitutional policing, and that is simply not true.
You said it yourself. There's a video of you claiming that you want to pepper spray and tase someone while also breaking their windows out just for recording you with their phone, which is a First Amendment protected activity.
I record you like, oh, I am not a citizen of the United States under Act 1260. Shut up, right? About to get pepper sprayed, tased, windows broken out, mother.
Well, we were painted as the bad guys. We are.
Yeah, you sound like the bad guys, though. You realize that, right? Holy shit. Wow. Talking about literally attacking somebody and destroying their property because they decided to record you with a cell phone, according to legally permissible, according to the, I believe, the First Amendment. Federally protected, I believe. Let's move on from this fucking train wreck and look at a different train wreck really quickly. This is from NBC LA from 2 days ago, where Burbank police are being accused of dumping a homeless man in LA. And they literally just dumped this man.
And right now, it's 6 new video of Burbank police officers as they appear to drop off a homeless man on the street.
It certainly does seem like they're from Burbank, considering it's you can see it very clearly on the door.
It's 6 new video of Burbank police officers as they appear to drop off a homeless man on the streets of North Hollywood. Good evening. I'm Kathy Vara.
And I'm Robert Kovacek. That video upsetting the city council president of the Los Angeles City Council, Paul Krikorian. NBC's Darsha Phillips is live in North Hollywood.
Okay, first off, if you're a police officer and your job is to serve and protect people, and you see somebody go to the ground outside of your car who was just in your custody, I would recommend making sure that person's okay. At least from my perspective, he didn't seem to be doing too hot.
With more on the story, Darsha.
Yeah, Robert, Kathy, the council president, Paul Krikorian, sharing that video at a news conference today. And he also made a motion with the city of LA for an investigation and possible legal action against the city of Burbank and the Burbank Police Department. Now, here's a look at that video that was shared at that news conference. It shows apparently 2 Burbank police officers driving up to the front of Paul Krikorian's North Hollywood district office Thursday morning and dropping off a homeless man who appears to be without shoes and distressed. The video was captured by security cameras and is roughly about
I didn't even
long.
notice that he didn't have shoes.
In the video, the 2 officers helped the man out of the police car and appeared to take off restraints from his hands. The man limps out of the vehicle, waves his arms, and rubs his face before getting down on the ground and later lying
Criminal disregard. All right, I'm not a lawyer. I can't say that for sure, but
on the pavement before the officers drive off. Now, Krikorian says his staffers located the man Thursday afternoon and said he is getting the medical attention he needs. The council president did not mince words at the press conference today, saying that he is livid, accusing the Burbank police officers of dumping the man 2 miles outside of Burbank city limits in North Hollywood.
If you just drop somebody off on a sidewalk and let him crawl away, you're clearly not concerned whatsoever about...
Those guys shouldn't just not have jobs as police officers. They should probably be in jail, you know? I'm kind of sick of watching police officers do criminal things and not go to jail. There needs to be more done about qualified immunity, or whatever it's called. In fact, I think it needs to be completely abolished. Police need to have the same sort of consequences as everybody else out there. Okay. Let's move on to a few political things here. First, this one's good. I like this one. This is from 2 days ago. Now, we've been talking about, I think we talked about this really briefly, or at least we talked about how Alex Jones had been having breakdowns on his show, I think like a week ago, maybe. But this is more recent news. Apparently, Alex Jones has now agreed to liquidate his assets to pay the Sandy Hook families. Now, he did file for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, I think, one of the bankruptcies, and so I don't know necessarily what that winds up Because once again, I'm not a lawyer. We don't know how bankruptcy will actually affect how much of his assets will be available to liquidate to pay the Sandy Hook families. But I do hope that a judge will have discretion over that in the end of this particular situation.
We have some breaking news for you tonight as the InfoWars host and known conspiracy theorist Alex Jones has just moved to liquidate his personal assets to pay the families of the victims of the Sandy Hook massacre. Alex Jones owes those families more than $1.5 billion in damages over his repeated lies and claims that the shooting was a hoax. Joining us now is senior media reporter Oliver Darcy. And Oliver,
Oh, do we have 20 likes? We have over 20 people in chat. 21 people. Only 16 likes, though. Okay.
Tell us what's happening here and what this means for Alex Jones.
Well, for one, the families are going to hopefully see some money. They haven't seen a dime since these judgments came down, meaning that Alex Jones owes them $1.5 billion for telling this really heinous lie about the Sandy Hook shooting back in 2012. It also means that he's no longer eventually going to own InfoWars, which is this conspiracy empire that he's used for years and years to peddle all sorts of lies.
I can just... Who's going to come in and run InfoWars? Like, just who's he going to sell it to? Because I can't even imagine being the person to, like, somehow try and break it to Alex Jones that we need advertisers or something. Like, I'm just trying to think about the actual process of buying something like fucking InfoWars. My God. Oh, it's so beautiful.
Conspiracy theories. He's eventually going to lose control of that. It is a little bit confusing because his company's in bankruptcy court and he's personally in bankruptcy court, but because he owns the company, it's part of his personal assets, this does mean he will lose control of the company.
Well, and can we just play this? We were all watching this moment of him on InfoWars the other day where he was seeming to cry about this situation that he was in.
I believe in my parents. I believe in humanity. I just want to fucking stop these people.
we watched this already, didn't we?
Stop them. So,
oh my God.
At the end of the day, we're going to beat these people.
What a fucking weirdo.
Him talking about the future of this company.
It's hard to tell if it's fake or real tears. I'm not sure if he even knows.
I think he sees the writing on the wall there, Caitlin, and he was talking all weekend about how this was likely possible, that he was going to get shut down, and now he is agreeing tonight in court to liquidate his personal assets, which again will mean that he's not going to own this conspiracy empire he's owned since the 1990s and really used to poison the public discourse.
Yeah, I don't think he inspires much sympathy with those tears. Oliver Darcy, thank you for...
Hilarious. Hilarious. She says it. Who just said it? Mrs. Jen just said no sympathy. Right on. Some of the best CNN reporting yet. They are right on the pulse with this one. No sympathy out there for old Alex, aside from the what's the name of his paid club, the Tinfoil Hat Gang? The Bohemian Swamp. Okay. Let's move on. Oh my God, I'm in top chat. This is offensive to me. Why am I on top chat? Ah, there we go. That's so much better. Okay. What was I doing? Oh yeah. Let's move along here. Yes, right here. Okay. CNN, two CNN videos in a row. Ew. This is what happens when we do American shit. Okay. We can get through 2 CNN videos back to back. NBD. This is from 2 days ago. Trump calls for the indictment of January 6th committee members. Hear how one is responding. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Illegal.
So yeah, if you're not familiar with what we're talking about, I'd be shocked, but just for context, the January 6th committee, who investigated what happened on January 6th, are, according to Trump, needing to be locked up.
The presumptive Republican nominee is now openly identifying the political opponents that he believes should be facing charges. As Donald Trump fumed over a judge that he appointed, ordering his former aide, Steve Bannon, to report to prison next month, the former president fired off multiple all-caps posts on social media demanding that the members of the January 6th Congressional Committee actually be the ones who are indicted, while also falsely accusing them, and all caps now, but I'm not going to shout, deleting.
Do you think Trump has like some sort of a business arrangement with big shift button or something? Like big caps lock? Like if he doesn't post 10% all caps, that he like loses out on like some sort of royalty?
Destroying all of their findings. The facts are, of course, the January 6th committee's work is available right now in an 845-page, 8-chapter report. You can read it yourself online. The committee also held multiple televised hearings that you saw here on CNN, and they also released transcripts of the interviews with these witnesses, which you can read online tonight. Let's get straight to the source on Capitol Hill tonight with a member of that committee, Democrat Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren. And Congresswoman, what's your response to the former president saying that you and the fellow members on that committee, including, he cited specifically Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger, should be indicted?
Well, I mean, he's really off the deep end. I don't know whether the ex-president has ever actually read the Constitution. If he had, he would know that Article 1, Section 6 basically provides that members of the House and Senate can't be prosecuted for doing their legislative job, number one. Number two, we did a good job, and we referred matters to the department.
I don't know. I feel like they could have done a better job. Not enough people went to jail for that shit. We know how big that crowd was, and the number of people that decided, or that they decided were, deserving of some sort of punishment. It's like less than 10% of the people out there. Way less. They could have done a faster job. That too. I'm less worried about the speed at which they did it as much as I am about the level of detail, or what's the I'm losing it. I was ready to focus on something else. I can't even think right now. My brain is so shitty. Okay. Let's just look at this really quickly. At one of Trump's recent rallies, as he's been doing a bunch of them in the just the blistering heat of the West currently. This is from a few days ago. Trump demanded that the appeals court reverse his felony conviction.
I did everything right and they indicted me. Too big to rig. Too big. We want to be too big to rig. You know, there gets to be a point where they can't rig it, so we have an expression, Charlie and I were just talking. It's called too big to rig. We have to change the system. We have to straighten out what's going on in these courts. We got a rigged deal going, this whole country, and we've got to do it. And those appellate courts have to step up and straighten things out, or we're not going to have a country any longer. But we're going to win the great state of Arizona, and we're going to tell crooked Joe Biden, you're fired. You're doing a lousy job, the worst president in history. Joe, you're fired.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. He has so much unfounded confidence at all times. Well, I guess, you know what? I take it back. There's a bunch of people that's apparently been working for quite a while. Okay. Now, just for fun, because it is Sunday Fun Day, I'm throwing this in here just to have a quick laugh at Dave Rubin being humiliated by Megyn Kelly.
This is from one of the greatest Twitter feeds on Twitter. And I say that not just because it's Dave Rubin clips that mock him, but also because I'm blocked by Dave Rubin, and so I can't see what he's trying to promote at any given time.
Thank you, Dave Clips. Public service for at
You'll
least for
recall
us.
that Dave Rubin just had a sit down with Russell Brand, and as far as I can tell, much of it is just Russell Brand just going like, "I need these viewers." Is Dave Rubin still on Blaze? Is he still on the Blaze?
I think he kind of is doing his own thing
I
with
think
locals.
I think
and
locals
Rumble.
is the primary function for him now, but he still is on YouTube and on Rumble as well.
Yeah, but he used to be on the Blaze, and then people.
He's definitely on the Blaze. Hold on. Let's go. I want to get up to this here. Let's go.
Sort of like spin this. It's how come Hunter Biden's not a convicted felon, even though he's on trial right now? How come,
Yeah, why is Hunter Biden not in prison for having dick pics on his own laptop? That is... Wait, is that a crime? I don't think it's a crime in America, actually, now I think about it.
This is such a petty crime, even though there's been 9,000 of these type of criminal convictions in New York. And here's Dave Rubin with his new spin that, of course, it's the blacks.
I don't know if you know this, but, when they appeal this thing, it gets appealed to the Supreme Court of New York, obviously not to the Supreme Court of the United States. The Supreme Court of New York has 5 black female judges. Now, I don't judge anyone based on the color of their skin or on their gender.
I'm about to do that.
However, it is virtually, someone ran the numbers on this, and one of my guys can correct me. It's virtually impossible statistically to have a court makeup of 5 black women. You know what I mean? So DEI and diversity did get these women, at least some of them, the job. So then you have to think, do they all kind of think the same thing?
Wait, can you pause it for a sec?
It's so fucked, dude. Oh my god. This is wild. I mean, I feel like he's just run out of stuff to talk about, honestly. And so now he's just like, maybe I'll just say all the quiet parts out loud now, because, the right-wingers hate me for being gay, the left wing hates me for saying all these really stupid things, and, geez, maybe if I just say all the worst stuff, just on live on stream, maybe that'll be lucrative.
Oh, yeah. So he has a math.
Maybe if I say the worst things ever, maybe then Ben Shapiro will come to my wedding.
He has an algorithm for the mathematical possibility for the proportion of blackness and black femaleness on appellate courts. I didn't realize that the guy was able to just create such an airtight mathematical equation to determine whether or not the possibility of the number of black people on a judge panel is.
He has different teams, research teams, and one is just his algorithmic research team.
I don't judge people by the color of their skin. I log that into a spreadsheet.
Seriously though, with that kind of budget, to be just having nobody doing the research for you is just sad. I mean, even here with a very, very minimal budget, I do some research. From time to time. Wait, where's the Megyn Kelly found it. There.
Oh, I can't possibly have the same opinion as Dave Rubin, even though we're both Jewish. So that's where things get complicated.
Yes, right, exactly. Gray areas
you
for
you got to go to your secondary level of identity, I guess. Or,
the Venn diagram of stereotypes.
After skin color, but I never see skin color.
And just blatant racism.
But if we want to
just
just quickly fact check this about the panel, do we want to just quickly fact check the number of justices on this panel?
Oh no, let's do that.
Okay, let's do that after. Okay.
That's sort of like because there's a bigger problem with what he's talking about, and that is he doesn't know what he's talking about. Good.
That on the appeal side, there are 5 black female Supreme Court justices in New York. They wanted diversity, and they actually got the least diversity.
Just waiting to listen to the way that he said that, because it's just the way he said the first 3 words sounded incredibly racist.
Good.
That on the appeal side, there are 5 blacks.
There are 5. What, Dave?
Good.
That on the appeal side, there are 5 black female Supreme Court justices in New York. Yeah, They wanted diversity, and they actually got the least diverse thing. Now, I know, of course, that your skin color
the
and
Supreme
gender.
Court is the lowest court in New York.
Oh my God! Look at poor Dave's face. Oh, he looks so sad right now. What? Is the lower? But it sounds very serious.
The highest court.
Wait, so the Supreme?
There's not 5.
Oh, so it's not going to the New York Supreme?
No, I know New York is a wacky.
Oh, okay.
New York has a weird name for its courts. Supreme Court is the lowest court. It's the trial court.
So that's not the appeals court.
No.
Oh well, that's refreshing.
It'll go up to the appellate
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
division.
Yeah,
first
I like
department.
being corrected on air, by the way.
Oh.
So one of the guys didn't check it out?
The guy got the mathematical the input.
You know what? In the words of actually the woman directly in front of us here, this is what Dave Rubin should be thinking.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Yeah, exactly. Emma said it right. Okay, what are we doing? Moving on. Although it was good for a laugh to watch Dave Rubin's racism somehow fail, even even with Megyn Kelly. The only person who was even kind of willing to entertain it was Russell Brand, who is in just a death spiral of just epic proportions. Okay. Let's talk money. First, with this video from a channel by the name of Good Work. Why are CEOs making so much money now?
In 1965, the typical CEO of an American company made 21 times what the typical worker made. Fast forward to 2022, and CEOs were making 344 times the typical worker.
Wow.
Congrats, fellas. But also, how the fuck?
Seriously.
Follow the rich white man.
What's up with this graph? Oh, right. Reaganomics. It was at a kind of, what's the word? Sustainable level of 20 to 1. Now 344 to 1. We're living in a pure fucking capitalist hellscape. Granted, things certainly weren't perfect in the 70s, but inequality has just gotten wildly out of hand in those 50 years that we're kind of, I guess we're looking almost at like 60 years. But really didn't take off until the 80s. What is
34 times the typical worker.
Nobody
Congrats,
give out
fellas.
your personal financial details.
But also, how the fuck did that happen? As I embarked on reporting this dangerous story, I decided the first thing I had to do was take some precautions, because if I was going to publicly question whether the richest, most powerful people in the world actually deserve their paychecks, I was gonna have to do it incognito.
Oh, that's
now
pretty
that I
good
was in
disguise.
disguise, it was time to do some investigative
I thought
journalism.
it was a different person.
Why the fuck do CEOs make so much money now?
That's a really good question. And I don't think there's a super simple answer to it.
Sorry, Dan Toomey only does simple. Next nerd, please.
Well, that's a great question. You've got 2 answers.
That's what I'm talking about.
One camp
Jesus
says it's
Christ.
rent-seeking. That's an economist's fancy term for They get paid a lot because they can get away with getting paid a lot. They essentially are extracting resources from the company.
And
the other side says it's an efficient market for executive talent. There's competition to hire, the best and the brightest.
Yeah, and this is the excuse of literally every single, like, McKinsey asshole, like, oh my God. Yeah, those CEOs are just so hard to find, and the only way to get somebody who's good is just to pay him $100 million a year.
Then that takes a lot of money to get the best of them.
So it looks like what we have here is a classic they're extracting resources from the company and getting away with it versus it's an efficient market for executive talent situation. Don't panic.
It is simple. McKinsey, spelled similarly to Mackenzie, but not quite. McKinsey. Look it up. They are horrifying.
Interests. And it's typically the board's job to decide how much the CEO gets paid. In theory, at a big public company, the CEO reports to the board of directors, who represent the shareholders' interests. And it's typically the board's job to decide how much the CEO gets paid. But if you're on the board and you're buddy-buddy with the CEO, it might be a little tough to decide on their pay objectively. I mean, who doesn't want to see their boy get a bag? Now, granted, there are...
Whoa! Who didn't tell me that we have 20 likes? This is insane. We have 26 likes. 1. Oh my God. We got a bacula. Keeping it old school. Even with 20 options, still rocking the bacula. Okay. What was I saying? Oh, I was going to comment on this, now I forgot where we're at in the video. Good job. Good job, me. Anyway, I think we all know what's happened here. Essentially, corporations are now paying out massive stock options packages, essentially giving out, hundreds of millions of dollars, to their CEOs, to their top C-suite every single year, rather than paying them in cash, because that gets taxed, but stocks don't get taxed. Yep. Okay. The fact is, though, the caps on, like, what's it called? On, like, Social Security and stuff like that would almost make it irrelevant, even if they decided to switch back from stocks. I mean, to some degree. Anyways, all right, let's move on to this. The fact is, we just need to end the ridiculous inequity between CEO and worker pay. It's genuinely fucked. All right, let's talk a little bit more about money here. In this case, it's a completely different situation. As you'll see shortly here. This is from 2 days ago from CBS News. If you're unaware, a Chicago suburb is being sued for having paid reparations to black residents.
A Chicago suburb is facing a lawsuit for paying out reparations to its black residents. Evanston, Illinois became the first municipality in the U.S. to launch a government-funded reparations program. But a conservative group has filed a class action lawsuit claiming the program discriminates against non-black residents. For more on this, let's bring in Emmanuel Felton. He's a race and ethnicity reporter for the Washington Post who has been covering this story. What are the grounds for this lawsuit?
Yeah, so the conservative group Judicial Watch argues that this program discriminates against non-Black residents of Evanston. So under Evanston's reparations program, if you lived in the city between 1919 and 1969, or you're the descendant of someone who did, and you're Black, you qualify for reparations, because the argument is during those 50 years, Evanston instituted a bunch of racist, segregationist housing policies that deprive wealth from the Black residents of town. So they're saying this is our effort to rebuild the wealth that we deprived from you. Whereas Judicial Watch says, you haven't proved exactly who was harmed by these policies. And so by opening it up to all Black residents, you're discriminating against non-Black residents. And this is really part of a larger wave of conservative challenges against programs that came up after George Floyd's murder, right? So we're seeing, with the last year's Supreme Court decision in the affirmative action case, that the courts are very weary of these programs that give benefits to certain ethnic groups.
Yeah, no kidding. Our right-wing Supreme Court has a problem with giving anybody money based upon their ethnicity or perceived oppression from the past? No way. I am shocked. Jesus Christ. Oh boy. I wish it was a good story. I want it to be a good story. The fact is they already have paid out the reparations. They're just being challenged in court. So technically it is a good story. To some degree, I guess. Depends on how you want to read it. Fact is the challenge may be upheld. I'm not legally knowledgeable enough to say one way or the other. Okay. Now let's end our discussion of, I guess, money-related stuff, right? Loosely. At least in regards to America. This is from a day ago, where, apparently, demand for food delivery has skyrocketed. No way. So have complaints about drivers. Oh, interesting.
So in this early part of the summer, things have come to a head here in Boston with the Commissioner of Police issuing a letter to the heads of the food delivery companies, including DoorDash and Uber Eats, asking them to answer a set of questions related to how they enforce drivers' safety training when it comes to two-wheeled vehicles like mopeds and scooters.
Oh, God, that one really makes me laugh, dude. Oh. How are DoorDash and Uber instituting safety training? I don't know if any of you have ever worked for a gig company, but I can tell you right now, I have. And that number is exactly 0.
We know that many...
genuinely, if you've ever tried to sign up for one of these things, you basically only needed a heartbeat and probably a driver's license if you were saying that you were going to be transporting things by car. And that's about it. That is about all you need. There's certainly no interview or any sort of tests you have to pass. You just have to be a person with a thumb and a driver's license. Or in the case of, once again, moped riders and bikes, I don't even know if you need. I've never done that aspect of it. So I don't actually know for sure on that one. Either way, there is so little amount of effort put in by these companies to ensure safety, not just for drivers, but for customers and broader society. It should be considered negligence, right? The fact is that their use of independent contractor law has made it so that every single one of these companies, Uber, DoorDash, Postmates, Instacart, who else is there out there? I feel like I'm missing some stuff. Point is they're all essentially just subverting the labor law. Not quite subverting it. I mean, they're using it to their advantage, making it so that none of the people that are bringing you your food are employees. Zero. Exactly 0 people bringing you your food are employees. They literally, they've probably never even spoken to that person, right? Not one time. Not on the phone, not in person. And you know, this is what happens, right? When we continue to give up our normal way of life to tech companies who say they're going to make it better, who often don't do that. I mean, because the fact is for a very, very long time, you had delivery drivers, you had taxi cabs who, you know, worked for companies that were in the area, right? They knew who the person was that was bringing you your food, right? They could, you know, they saw them every day. They were to some degree accountable in that moment, right? But the fact is there's so little communication between the companies that run these apps and the people bringing you your shit that, you know, of course there's fucking problems. Like, this is what happens when you don't, you know, when you do these kinds of things so you can avoid paying healthcare and all these things that have no legal liability. You know, and oh God, I'm just gonna stop.
These scooters that are used legally are used part of the commerce in our city, but far too many are illegal, unregistered, should not be on our street, and these are examples of those scooters we see here today. They're going to see an aggressive enforcement policy that's in place.
I started working doing this job with using a regular bicycle, but little by little, I identify that
I love how the only thing that Eric Adams wants to criticize is people driving mopeds without proper registration. That's what he's concerned about. Okay. Got his priorities straight. He's still... I feel like Eric Adams doesn't really consider himself mayor. He just considers himself the cop of New York now, you know?
Companies, they pushing me to deliver a coffee, a pizza, or a burger for 3, 4, 5, or 6 miles away. So I have to transit.
Like, I feel like his governing strategy is just to shine flashlights in people's faces and ask them for their registration, and then you know, try and attempt to cut spending on social programs and use that money for more fancy police, military equipment, stuff like that. You know, he has zero criticism for the companies that are, you know, employing these people, because legally they're not really employees. They're just working together like a team, you know. Like how flies and cows work together as teams. Okay, this is, oh, yeah. Almost, forgot. It's still Pride Month, so let's talk Pride a little bit. This is from 2 days ago from Denver 7. Pride Art Contest. Highlights little known LGBTQ+ Colorado history.
As we celebrate Pride Month, we're taking a closer look at a special Pride art contest that's highlighting little-known piece of Colorado LGBTQ history.
Denver 7's Micah Smith spoke with the student artist who won about their personal connection to the history displayed in their art.
So we see a collection of archival images, particularly in the bottom here.
A gallery on the Rocky Mountain College of Art and Design campus in Denver displays some of the first artwork
directly related to Colorado's hidden LGBTQ+ history.
We decided that we wanted to create a contest that was ultimately about highlighting LGBTQIA+ histories in Denver that often just get overlooked or ignored in official histories.
Assistant art history professor Stephanie Kang decided to partner with the Center on Colfax for an art contest called The Words We Teach, highlighting 3 stories, like the Gay Defense Coalition that organized a historic Denver City Council protest in 1973 to raise concerns about unjust laws.
This eventually allowed for 4 laws to be overturned that were specifically used to target queer people.
The contest also highlighted Wendell Sayers,
who was not only a gay man living in Denver, particularly at a time when it was incredibly unsafe to do so. He was the first Black Assistant Attorney General in the state of Colorado.
Then there's Irene DeSoto.
She was a trans woman of color living in Denver, and she was murdered by police.
When I saw her mugshot, the only picture of her, she just really looked really angelic.
Recent Denver East High School graduate Madeline Arnold, a contest winner, says DeSoto's story truly spoke to her.
I'm also a trans person, and it's not really safe to be a trans person. In Colorado and Denver, it is a lot more acceptable. And I'm really glad I moved here because that's when I really discovered the queer community. I really just identified with her because I've had friends who haven't been safe in school. So I really wanted to create a piece that talked about that and the importance of protecting the trans community.
Madeline has 2 works in the exhibition, one of which is right behind me. Their ability to really capture these stories and integrate it too with even their own kind of understandings of queer history is really just impressive.
King.
Just thought that was a good story highlighting the history of LGBTQ people. And we're not going to stop there. Let's quickly look at this as well. This is in Seattle, where apparently couples have set the record for most LGBTQ vow renewals at one time. I think that's what it is. If I'm not mistaken.
And 1, 2, 3.
Oh, whoops, I did not switch over for you. Sorry about that. Hold on. Here we go. A record-breaking 56 LGBTQ+ couples renewed their vows in Seattle, according to recordletter.com.
You wish to renew your vows of marriage and love for your spouse and partner in life.
False advertising? What was false advertising? I didn't false advertise. I think I accurately advertised. Unless we're talking about something I'm just unaware of. Jesus, how far have we gotten? Oh God, 1 hour and 15 minutes. Jesus Christ, this is taking a long time. How much have I been talking today? Why is nobody even keeping me from just going on and on with my nonsense? Okay. Before we move on to, well, not even before. Let's segue into talking about a few things relating to infrastructure and things like that. First, this is a report here about some sort of a dispute in a apartment building, Fox 5, New York.
There's nobody on overtime. There's nobody working on the weekends. There's a lot that could be done to have this done a lot sooner.
Steve?
And I'm here every day.
Well, she lives on the first floor, and so I mean, I don't see.
I care about my other neighbors.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
It's scheduled. It's a contracted job. We don't tell the elevator company when to work their people. They submit a schedule to us. They said they could do the elevator in 6 weeks. So all we're trying to hold them to is meeting their deadline. As far as working, doing elevator repairs 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night, I don't see that as being a typical process, nor is it a typical process to be working on.
We've got to go now. I want to thank you both. Thank you. All right, it's back to you, Jim.
Ollie, don't let her go. Does she have a response to that? Is she still there?
What's that?
Did the lady just leave?
Yeah.
Oh, should have kept that discussion.
She's back if you want her.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
What would you like to know?
I would like to know a response to what the gentleman said. The gentleman's a very effective spokesperson for the company, but obviously the people who live there are not satisfied with his explanation.
Right. So what do you want now?
Well, if I have to teach you how to be a reporter, Ollie, I'll do that later.
Oh, why don't you do that later, Jim? I think the lady expressed herself, and you're not here, you're there. Is there any question you'd like me to ask her?
No, I'll give you lessons on how to become a reporter later.
Well, I'll give you some lessons on how to be an editor, because I was your boss once.
Yeah, you were, and are no longer. How did that happen?
Hey, good morning, Jim. We are live.
Consequences.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Yes, that was from the 90s. But the fact is I've heard... I don't know who's been here when we watched, like, Herb Welch segments from SNL. But my understanding is that Herb Welch is loosely based upon that reporter. Which completely makes sense when you think about it. If you've ever seen those sketches where Bill Hader plays like a how would he describe it? Like a elderly reporter that does not do his job at all. I'm dating myself. How am I dating myself? I'm in my early 30s, okay? Will not have anybody suggest that I am old. Okay, let's move on to real infrastructure stuff. This is from 6 hours ago from PBS News. What frequent water main breaks say about America's aging infrastructure.
A week earlier this month, the 6th largest city in one of the world's wealthiest nations told its residents to boil the tap water because it may have been contaminated. That city was Atlanta. U.S. drinking water is among the world's safest and most reliable, but an aging infrastructure is posing challenges. The American Society of Civil Engineers estimates that there's a water main break every 2 minutes. Earlier, I spoke with Shannon Marquez, professor.
Okay, this is insane. How is this statistic even possible? How is this statistic even possible? Please, somebody explain to me how our infrastructure is this bad. Every 2 minutes? You might as well say, like fuck 2 minutes. You might as well just say, at every moment in time, a water main is breaking somewhere in the United States. That is insanity. That is fucking insanity.
A water main break every 2 minutes. Earlier, I spoke with Shannon Marquez, professor of environmental health sciences at Columbia University's School of Public Health. I asked her why these problems are so common in the United States.
Well, there are a combination of things that are happening now, John. Aging infrastructure from years of neglect, underfinanced systems, and having to make decisions that are more like Band-Aid approaches to addressing these challenges as opposed to comprehensive rehabilitation. That coupled with what we are seeing with extreme weather events and climate change are also really putting our water systems in jeopardy. Many of these systems were constructed for a capacity that is really outgrown now at this point.
Why the neglect? Why the Band-Aid approach? Is this just out of sight, out of mind?
Well, in fact, if you think about what it's going to take to overhaul these systems, the amount of finance, the reality is that water utilities are faced with just being able to do what they can, patch the holes as they come, patch the main breaks as they come, and there's not enough resources. It really is going to require federal level efforts, and although we have the infrastructure bill, it's not nearly enough to really overcome these challenges. One of the other challenges is the diversity of water systems. The reality is that the governance and regulations around publicly owned treatment works versus community water systems, there is just a huge array of regs, and the structure of that makes it very inefficient. So the reality is, depending on the size and the age of it, there are going to be different problems. There's not a one size fits all solution to this problem.
No, absolutely. And our the fact is the way that we have our shit set up, it definitely, when you think about it, like, especially with just how pervasive the suburban sprawl is, like, this stuff goes for it just stretches the entire fucking country practically. All right, that's maybe slightly slightly exaggeratory, but you get what I'm saying. And yeah, every single place has different water concerns, whether it relates to rain, like she was saying before, and whatever else, right? Big cities, old cities, right? There's so many different things in factored here, but fact is where our infrastructure spending and the fact is we're not doing much preventative or in the way of like rethinking these things. We're just patching it with band-aids. We need genuine consideration for like future projects, right? Like for decades. And I know it's hard to think this far out, especially with the things going on with climate change and whatever else. We have to start thinking somehow long term about these sorts of things, planning projects for. I mean, we talked recently about how like 150 million people in the South are currently at risk of potentially needing to, relocate because of climate change effects. And one of the other things that we could all potentially be dealing with out there, is, well, let's just go straight to this video, because I don't think I say it as well as this video says it. But, our roads are really important. We use them for a lot of things, including this. So cute. Who knew corgis could skateboard? This is just amazing. Skating, corgis, come on. And look, the corgi didn't even hit the lady. It was so incredible. Hold on, we have to watch that again. Hold on, we have to go back. Do you see this? This not only getting this corgi skateboard, but it's also just, exactly, it's a beautiful dismount. We gotta watch this again. These corgis are talented. The fact is, though, if we don't spend more money on infrastructure, these corgis will have nowhere to skate. Now you're probably asking me, StreamLord, isn't this in a different country? Don't ask me that question. I don't have those kinds of answers for you, nor do I want to answer those questions for you. Just think about the ramifications, okay? All right. All right, let's move along to this from Reuters, where apparently this new tech could help reduce plastic bottle waste. You know what else help reduce plastic bottle waste? Not using plastic bottles.
Nestled in the banks of Scotland's Loch Awe is the Port Sonican Hotel. It's a popular hotspot for tourists looking to get off the grid, but it has a problem. This is what its tap water looks like.
It's a private, burn-fed, natural spring type water, which inherently has colour in it because of the nature of the soil and the terrain it's passing through.
Hotel owner David Parker says he spent tens of thousands of dollars trying to make their spring water supply fit for drinking with no success. But a Scotland-based company says its new water purifying tech could be the answer, and that it could help end the reliance on plastic bottled water for thousands in the UK. If Water says its patent-pending purification device uses mechanical vapor compression technology to distill the water and doesn't use chemicals or filters. So it cleans the water without leaving any contaminants behind. Here's If Water's founder and CEO, Duncan Peters.
We found a way of speeding up and reducing the energy of distillation. And what that means is that you can purify from any water source in the world to a very high standard.
The system now produces up to 66 gallons per day, which satisfies the hotel's water demands and cuts their bottled water costs. Prior to installing the device, hotel owner David Parker said he spent $16,000 a year on bottled water.
It's more of an aesthetic problem, but why are we having to give people bottled water in the middle of the United Kingdom, which is, not a third world country?
It's
great question. We gotta stop. We gotta stop the bottled water. We gotta stop using. The fact is, if we switch to glass, I'll stop complaining about it. But all the 48-pack, suburban moms just filling their trunks with it for the soccer kids out there. Please just invest in a goddamn cooler and or whatever it's called. You know what I'm talking about. All right, let's go on to this. This story I am confused by, but it is a thing. Interesting, and also mystifying as to how it's happened. This is from a couple of days ago, where apparently a rare hoodwinker sunfish has been found on an Oregon beach.
Fish is washed ashore along the Oregon coast. It's a big one, I'll tell you that. Take a look. This is a 7.3-foot-long hoodwinker sunfish that washed ashore on Gearhart Beach just north of Seaside. Look how big that thing is. At first, officials thought this was a common ocean sunfish, but it's actually a relatively new species of the fish. The hoodwinker was just discovered back in 2014. The Seaside Aquarium was able to take some samples of the fish for a researcher in New Zealand who confirmed that, yes, this was, in fact, a hoodwinker. Officials say the fish is still at Gearhart Beach.
Sun-blooded? Honestly, I looked these things up. This is what they look like in the water. There's almost zero difference between this and what it looks like in the water. I'm pretty sure this is like very recently after it came up on the beach. And apparently they take an incredible amount of time to decompose. So this thing is basically it's as close to being alive as. All right, that's not quite the way I want to say that. It's just, I don't think it's very decomposed yet. Now, apparently, this sort of sunfish is usually in tropical waters. Now, there are some species of sunfish that live nearer to Oregon, but however, it's still a rare occurrence to see them come up on a beach like this, and then for one that should be hundreds, if not maybe like 1,000 miles south or something like that, is very odd. I think I'm exaggerating with 1,000 miles south, perhaps. Wait, how long? Actually, I think California is like nearly 1,000 miles long, isn't it? God, now I gotta look it up. Son of a bitch. Now I've said too many facts without looking things up. Now I'm in trouble. Whoa. Oh, I'm not in the search bar. Yeah. Okay, never mind. Take it back. I was kind of close. Apparently the whole west coast is about 1,293 miles. Okay, now... Oh, actually I have more footage of this, but I think we get it. Let's move on. Something less sad. Although it's become it would seem everybody's going to check out this fish, as according to experts, it'll take weeks for it to actually decay on like a normal. Whoa, we have 30 likes. Whew. Got me before we even switched. 12. I don't know who 12 is, but we're gonna find out. Before we switch to do that, let's look at this video. Democracy Now! 2 days ago. Deadly heat. Record scorching temperatures kill the vulnerable. Worsen inequality across the globe.
That's hot.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at Democracy.
Hold on, I gotta count, and I'm not gonna be able to count and listen at the same time. Sorry, chat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, this one. JBB. Oh, wow, we're all on the left side today. I was not expecting this. I can barely see her. You know what's hilarious to me? Okay? Because I sat here and I was thinking to myself, all right, what's the likelihood of Jocelyn Bell Burnell and old Bacula being rolled in the same stream, considering how many we do? And I was like, it's got to be something like 1 in 400 or something. And then it happens on the first day. I love that. I love that for me.
Now.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Deadly heat. As we enter the month of June, scorching temperatures are already gripping parts of Arizona, California, Nevada, as well as countries around the world. In Arizona, extreme heat sent 11 people to the hospital as thousands waited to enter a campaign rally with Donald Trump. In India, 33 poll workers died from heat stroke on a single day last week during India's national elections. In Mexico, it's so hot, howler monkeys are falling dead from the trees.
We definitely
Data confirmed last month was the hottest May on record, putting the Earth on a 12-month streak of record scorching and breaking temperatures. Meanwhile, a new report has found the rate Earth is warming hit an all-time high last year, with 92% of 2023 record heat caused by humans. On Wednesday, the World Meteorological Organization announced there's an 80% chance the average global temperature will exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels for at least one of the next 5 years. On the same day that report was released, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres gave a major speech on the climate crisis, right next to the dinosaurs at the American Museum of Natural History here in New York City. The UN Secretary General said the world can still meet the 1.5 degrees target if governments drastically speed up the phase-out of fossil fuels.
Today is World Environment Day. It is also the day that the European Commission's Copernicus Climate Change Service officially reports May 2024 as the hottest May in recorded history. This marks 12 straight months of the hottest months ever. For the past year, every turn of the calendar has turned up the heat. Our planet is trying to tell us something, but we don't seem to be listening. Dear friends, the American Museum of Natural History is the ideal place to make the point. This great museum tells the amazing story of our natural world, of the vast forces that have shaped life on Earth over billions of years. And humanity is just one small blip on the radar.
Yeah, we listened to part of, we didn't, I don't think we listened to this particular part of the speech. Is there a Patreon? Of course we have a Patreon. Of course, it's the only way to support the Galactic News Network at this time.
But like the meteor that wiped out the dinosaurs, we are having an outsized impact. In the case of climate, we are not the dinosaurs. We are the meteor. We are not only in danger, we are the danger, but we are also the solution. So, dear friends, we are at a moment of truth. The truth is, almost 10 years since the Paris Agreement was adopted, the target of limiting long-term global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius is hanging by a thread. The truth is, the world is spewing emissions so fast that by 2030, a far higher temperature rise would be all but guaranteed.
That's UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres in a major address on the climate crisis Wednesday to mark World Environment Day. Again, he was speaking at the Museum of Natural History here in New York. For more on deadly heat and the climate crisis, we're joined by two guests. Dr. Ruth Cerezo-Mota is a researcher at the Institute of Engineering at UNAM, the National Autonomous.
What about a coffee account? What is a coffee account? What does that mean? I am very confused by that question.
University of Mexico. She is joining us from the city of...
We are the ones who knock. We're knocking. It feels like we're knocking on our own doors some days. I don't know about you, but it's wild. Okay. Yes, we have 30 likes. We got Jocelyn Bell Burnell, but she's hidden, shockingly, by Bacula. The likelihood of that happening is, like I was saying, it's like 1 in 400. It's very annoying to me. Maybe, should I give you a fourth character? I feel like you deserve a fourth character. Just because she's hidden. It was an unlikely, statistically unlikely event. And for that, I will... You know what? I'm gonna trade yeah, another one here. What's that? Who's the last one on the list? Oh my god, my list is so long now. Oh, nice. Okay. Okay, very nice. Giving you a free one, just because. JBB is being blocked. It's being shadow banned by Bacula.
In the Mexican state of Yucatan. And joining us from North Carolina, Jeff Goodell. He's covered the climate crisis for over 20 years at Rolling Stone magazine, the author of the New York Times bestseller, The Heat Will Kill You First, Life and Death on a Scorched Planet. He's got a new op-ed in the New York Times, The Heat Wave Scenario That Keeps Climate Scientists Up at Night. What is that scenario, Jeff?
Well, that scenario is...
That scenario is my evening.
A look at what would happen if there were a 5-day blackout during an extreme heat wave. Looking at the kind of cascading consequences of these two events together. It was based on a study done by some researchers at Georgia Tech and Arizona State University. And it looked at, we think of air conditioning as this sort of techno fix for extreme heat. Often people will say to me, what's the problem with the planet heating up? We just got to get more people air conditioning. And this study really looked at the sort of false illusion of security that air conditioning has kind of provided for us. It showed that in this blackout scenario, where you had a total blackout for 2 days and then 3 days of restoring power, which is not kind of beyond the pale of kind of reality at all. We had a 5-day blackout similar to that in Texas a few years ago. In that kind of a scenario, in a city like Phoenix, where there's virtually 100% penetration of air conditioning, you would have 800,000 emergency room visits and more than 13,000 deaths within 48 hours, which is hugely shocking and sort of disturbing.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. You have a link for people to donate on your website? Okay, interesting. What service are you using for that link? I'd be interested to know. Now, the fact is I've been trying to make my multi-stream work for the last few days. It has not worked. It would provide people a way to not have to go on Patreon and be able to donate to me through Twitch, because I am technically, monetized on there, but multi-stream isn't working through my software, so this is me every time I try. And it's very frustrating. Hopefully I figure out the problem with it soon, because I did actually... Yeah, whatever. Let's move on. Let's go. Not gonna watch this whole thing. It's like 30 minutes long. But yeah, if you do want to, I don't know if anybody put a link in chat, but if you do want to help, Patreon, that's the link in there. Buy Me a Coffee is the actual name of it. Interesting. And Ko-fi? Huh. I don't think I'm familiar with either of those. I'll look that up. Maybe I should write that down. Otherwise, might forget. Thank you for the suggestions. A lot of YouTubers use it. Okay, okay. Apparently I'm just dumb. Not paying enough attention. What's new?
According to Mexico's Environment Ministry, due to heat stroke, dehydration, malnutrition, or the spraying of crops with toxic agrochemicals. This is Mexican biologist Gilberto Posas in the Mexican state of Tabasco.
We have registered 83 dead specimens. There are also orphaned calves because many adult females have died. Some offspring have managed to survive. That is the problem with this species' mortality in this very hot season in the state. The temperatures have reached 123 degrees Fahrenheit, and the wildlife is suffering because of the lack of water. There's been a lot of habitat degradation, so there is more light penetration, higher temperatures, and water scarcity. Above all, there's been an increase in the number of fires that damage the few habitats or refuges for these species.
Yeah, well, the continued deforestation in the South is, especially in South America, has been, hugely problematic for the wildlife. I mean, I think I recently heard a very troubling statistic about the Amazon. On certain months, when the heat gets over a certain point, it becomes an actual emitter of carbon and not a carbon sink, which is one of the most disturbing facts I've heard probably recently, among the absolute cornucopia of just horrific stats I've been hearing. Somehow that one really sticks out. I'm not dumb. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. BCat, Mo. I know I'm not. I'm just being self-deprecating. I know I'm not an idiot. Let's continue talking about heat for a little bit here. I'm going to leave democracy now, go to this from 2 days ago, where Las Vegas is set to hit a new heat record. Las Vegas, place in the middle of a desert. Heat record for Las Vegas.
A massive heat dome is currently sulking over California, Texas, and parts of the Southwest. It's bringing scorching temperatures to the region with no signs of letting up. Earlier, we spoke with Marta.
I'm literally just now realizing that you're I'm just recognizing it out loud, and which is making it real for me that your YouTube chat avatar is the state of Nevada. And it's all coming together for me now. I hadn't really analyzed it up till this point.
Gura, the chief heat officer and director of climate emergency mobilization for the city of Los Angeles.
We have a heat action framework and goals for the summer that we've been working on with the emergency management department, the local fire department, our public safety teams. So we are preparing for this summer because we know there will be record-breaking heat. But you can never be too prepared for heat season, especially since the records keep breaking summer after summer after summer.
Seriously, though. And if you're unaware, 2023 was the hottest year on record. Scientists have been saying 2024 will absolutely be the hottest year on record, just based upon how it's started. And that was just from a couple of months ago. And, before this heat wave ever even happened, thrusting like most of the West and parts of the Southwest into, 100+ degree weather. I think some of these places were topping out at like 115, and that was, this is just wild.
Person who is well prepared to tell us about heat, our own Ben Tracy. He's in Las Vegas, which just broke a record at 111 degrees Fahrenheit Thursday. Hi there, Ben.
Here in Las Vegas, we're unlikely to see record-breaking heat again today. The mercury is only expected to hit 109. That is down 2 degrees from the record high yesterday, which was 111 degrees. That is the earliest it's ever been that hot here in Las Vegas. And that really is the story of this heat wave. It's not that these temperatures of 109 or 110 are completely unheard of in a place like Las Vegas. It does get very hot here in the summer. It's just the fact that this is coming much earlier in the season than it normally does. These are temperatures that are much more normal in July and August than they are in early June.
And this is what we've been hearing from everybody about this. This heat wave is that, yeah, sure, these places have all seen these temperatures, but these are record temperatures they're seeing for this time of year. Okay. Excuse me, don't mean to cough into your ear, chat. Okay, let's look at this. Where apparently, according to experts, we all need a new standard to explain how heat is damaging our bodies, as the previous beliefs have been challenged scientifically.
As those summer temperatures surge on the West Coast and across the country, many will rely on the heat index for safety alerts, which tells us what conditions feel like on our skin. But as national environmental correspondent David Schechter reports, experts say what we need is a new standard to tell us not how it feels outside, but how much heat is damaging our bodies.
I'm running inside a lab at Penn State University, where scientists have discovered a sobering new truth. Heat and humidity can be dangerous to our bodies at much lower temperatures than previously thought.
Okay, I'm not gonna watch this whole thing. Let me find the spot, because I don't feel like talking about this whole thing. We know that it's been bad. It's just, and there's some very harrowing stories told by people here, but I'm going super slow. We've almost, how exactly are we 2 hours into the stream already, chat? Who is running this fucking show? Seriously, we haven't even gotten to the space intermission. Oh god, we're having too much fun. That's what it is. Having too much goddamn fun. More Doom, please. Okay, let's look at this chart here to show us what's changed about our beliefs regarding heat and humidity and its effect on the human body.
Every now and again, it kind of hits you. So, sorry.
For the last 20 years, scientists have had a theory that anything above 95 degrees Fahrenheit with 100% humidity over an extended period was the danger zone. But that theory was never tested on human subjects. What Kenny's research found...
Can anybody answer me the question why the fuck we never answered that question? I feel like it's got something to do with workers' rights. Just
is the danger zone starts far lower at 87 degrees and 100% humidity. In a warming climate, that will put more people in danger.
I think we need to look more inward at the human body in terms of how we respond to conditions of high heat and humidity.
Yep. Danger zone. You're pretty sure it's me. It's me what? Wait, huh? Who, what, huh? You're saying it's my fault? That it's hot? That it's hot right now?
So hot right now.
I don't know how I could possibly be the one. I'm not even on Earth. I'm in a space station. So, that's somewhat preventative to me. Alright, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But seriously though, what the fuck are you talking about? What was I gonna say? I completely lost my train of thought. So yeah, instead of being 95, the actual number, according to actual science, instead of just guessing, which is what it sounds like. Like, how did we go for however many years, decades even, just being like, yeah, 95 sounds about right. Like, what? Nobody decided to test that theory? What? And so they finally do testing, and it turns out 87 degrees with 100% humidity is actually potentially dangerous to the human body, especially to older people and people with like underlying health conditions. Okay, let's, and also all sorts of other groups of people that I guess I could go through talking about. The unhoused. Oh god, I have to pee. I have to pee. This is serious. How many more videos do I have? Okay, chat, I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to, even though usually take a space intermission, and at this point, I'll be right back. Not real. This is not a real intermission. I'm back. Right, I am here. Let's get back to talking about the good old Earth. Let's see. Ah, yes. This is from a day ago. Associated Press, where, in Wyoming, a landslide has knocked off essentially an entire section of a mountain road leading to a famous Wyoming tourist destination. I still have the music going. Oh, and you can't even see it. I suck. Hold on. I'm not gonna do you like that, chat. There we go. Was there no volume for this video? Is this completely silent? It is completely silent. Well, then we should have just left the music. I mean, geez. Might as well. As you can see here, we got a road which is completely collapsed into the hillside. Cops and first responders are attempting to get everything prepared for all of you to drive to your favorite tourist destination. That's right. How fantastic, but also terrifying. Thankfully, nobody was injured in this horrifying collapse of the road.
Tornado Alley is the part of the
Hush, hush, how dare you get ahead of me? So rude of you, so very rude. Okay. Wyoming and tourism doesn't really compute. Look, I'm not the one who was claiming the video. AP is the one who's claiming that it's a tourist destination. Okay, I couldn't imagine what you would want to see in Wyoming. Perhaps a tree or a hill. Maybe a tree on a hill. Oh, Yellowstone. There is Yellowstone. Could have been that. You would think, though. Good point. You would think, though, that they would have said Yellowstone if they meant Yellowstone. Why wouldn't you just say that? Everybody knows what Yellowstone is, and yet somehow, no, it can't be Yellowstone. They would have said Yellowstone. Jackson Hole makes more sense, honestly. But I'm pretty sure I'm staying with tree on a hill. If it's not Yellowstone and not Jackson Hole, it's not in the title. It was a tree on a hill, and that I stand by that. Okay, that's fake news. That's fake news. I don't know. I don't actually know, and I don't stand by shit. Let's go to this. CBS talking about Tornado Alley, which is apparently shifting. We're actually going to talk about this for a couple of videos because this is kind of serious shit, right? And just a couple of days ago, we were talking about, or maybe a few days ago, we were talking about how there were multiple tornado systems in 3 different places on the same day across the world, not just in the United States. There was one in Africa and one in Maryland, and the other one was, where was the other one? Ohio? Was it Ohio? I think it is Ohio. But yeah, you know, tornado season is to some degree seemingly going on longer than usual. It's also changing. It hit Michigan recent. Was it Michigan? It was either Michigan or Wisconsin. It was one of the very northern states that essentially never historically gets hurricanes. But did I say hurricane? Tornadoes. God damn it. Words. Damn you, English. I blame Shakespeare.
Tornado Alley is the part of the U.S. that's most susceptible to tornadoes, and it's shifting. This is where Tornado Alley used to be. From 1951 to 1985, northern Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas were where most tornadoes formed. But that changed in 1986, according to a new study. Researchers found that from 86 to 2020, tornadogenesis, or the process by which a tornado forms, peaked in Mississippi, Louisiana, and Alabama. They also found that more tornadoes were forming in Virginia, West Virginia, and Pennsylvania. They even broke it down by the numbers. In those 2 time periods, from 1951 to 85 and 1986 to 2020, tornadoes in the West decreased by 25%, while tornadoes in the East increased by 12%. And the East also seems to be experiencing more tornadoes than the West did. In the earlier 34-year period, the West saw 8,450 tornadoes. But in the later 34-year period, the East saw over 10,000.
Bad Lefty, are you cheering for climate change just so Ireland can be more temperate of a climate? I can't support that. I can't support that at all. That is irresponsible, sir. Okay. Okay, we got another video. I totally forgot. I was distracted by that rogue comment.
Now to a concerning number of tornadoes. More than 500 have been spotted in the U.S. since April, and there's new evidence tonight that Tornado Alley may be expanding beyond the Midwest. CBS's Dave Malkoff shows us why.
April 2nd, 2024, an EF1 tornado sliced the roof off a funeral home in Sunbright, Tennessee. Noah and Lexi Hamby were next door outside.
We was probably about right here is when it hit us.
He was carrying their 4-year-old. She had their baby in her arms.
I mean, it literally swooped me up off my feet with the baby in my hands. He had me by the hood of my jacket. It was like choking me.
Yeah, if she wasn't wearing a hoodie, she'd been gone.
They were trying to find a basement to take cover in a part of the country that's not used to tornadoes. The most likely place in the world.
I did not notice these before. This dude is serious about his support of the Texans. My
Part
God.
of the country that's
Those
not
pants
used to tornadoes.
are insane.
They were trying to find
Look at these things. That looks like the inside of a pizza box at Home Depot.
a basement to take cover in a part of the country that's not used to
Like if
tornadoes.
Home Depot,
The most likely place in the
if Home Depot decided to kind of go like the BJ's route and start serving pizzas, that's the color of the inside of the pizza boxes. That's exactly what it would be like.
world for a tornado is right here in Tornado Alley. In fact, look at the 1950s. You can see a clear line right through the center of the country. But if you fast forward to the 2010s,
oh God,
tornadoes don't necessarily stay in their alley anymore.
Wait, can we back forward? 1950 to 1985. It's 35 years. 1986 to 2020. That's 35 years. That's a lot more tornadoes that we've had in the last 35 years. And also, yeah, they've definitely shifted.
Anymore. Dr. Timothy Coleman wrote a study released in April after researching tornado locations dating back to the 50s.
The tornado alley now in the United States in terms of the maximum.
Honestly, I don't even feel like it's shifted as much as it feels like it's almost expanded, right? And maybe I'm, overstepping my bounds here with that. But, it does almost feel like it's been like an expansion to like another part of the country. Because, how many tornadoes did we see this year to the west of that system? It was insane. Texas got obliterated. So did Oklahoma. So did Nebraska. So did just like practically every single state west of that blue system there. Or was it the blue system? Whatever it is. Either way. But yeah, we've seen it go outside of the normal states to such a degree recently. Definitely gives me concerns, especially when we couple it with the other things we're talking about, right? Because when we talk about places flooding, recently we talked about an entire community in Southeast Asia being forced to relocate. If weather gets worse on the interior of continents, as well as at the shores or on islands, it complicates the relocation of people, which will potentially be necessary if we don't do anything about our fossil fuel consumption, among other terrible things we're doing to the environment. But that's really number one. Are you from Texas, Omega Star? Interesting. Okay, let's look at this. Oh, we're going to talk about heat again. This is from climate experts, according to the AP. They are saying that we should expect a bunch more broken heat records this year.
I don't want reality. So today's temperature in College Station.
Oh my God. Why does this squirrel look so sad?
Is probably a little bit above normal, but it's actually quite pleasant because it's reasonably dry today. It's not just the temperature that matters, but also the combination of temperature and humidity. That's the real killer. Climate change is making everything hotter, and then you add on top of that the fact that summers are always hot. And so we can expect a hotter than normal summer. So it's going to be very hot. And importantly, this is the new normal. It's not just about this summer. It's about...
I hate that framing.
So hot right now.
This is the new normal. I feel like we have to stop. Well, to some degree, we have to accept that, and at the same time, we have to push back against that, right? Like, and stop accepting this as the normal. We have to somehow be more forceful with, I feel like, our language, right? To some degree, we have to undo things. We can't just accept this as being the new normal and continue on as this Texas A&M professor here thinks. That's just me. I mean, I'm not saying that we don't have to accept the fact that our climate is currently in peril, or that the year isn't going to be insanely hot, but that we can't accept that this is going to continue, that we're going to continue to, you know, because I feel like that's the sort of same language of people saying we should just, you know, continue on with the normal of, what, like gas expansion, you know, natural gas expansion and stuff. More oil drilling type language, and it just makes me concerned. Maybe I'm judging him because he works at Texas A&M as well. That might be on me. Okay, let's look at a couple of videos about wildlife. This is from a day ago, where an amputee turtle has been fitted with GPS devices and released into the wild. These loggerhead turtles each had a fin amputated, and I am reading too slow. Good job, me. Thanks, everybody. I mean, sorry, everybody. Thanks, me. These loggerhead turtles each had a fin amputated after they were damaged by ocean rubbish. Now they've been released back into the wild, fitted with GPS devices to monitor their progress.
Pues maravilloso, porque hoy por fin
Today, Hera and Athena,
hemos
two marine
liberado,
turtles, have
devuelto
finally
a
been
su
set
casa al
free.
océano a Hera y
Returned to their
Atenea,
home, they
dos
were found
tortugas
beached on the
marinas
coast of
que vararon en las
Gran
costas de
Canaria.
Gran Canaria,
That's definitely how you say
afectadas
that.
por la
Affected
basura
by
marina y
rubbish
que
in the
las dos,
sea,
además, cada una de
causing
ellas
them to
perdió
lose one of
una de
their
sus aletas.
fins.
Hasta las aguas de Canarias, que son muy ricas en continental.
I wonder if these turtles will do well without a fin. Honestly, it did not look like he was swimming super good. Now maybe it's just getting reacclimated to swimming, but yeah, just I don't know how I feel about that story. I do hope that turtle winds up being okay. Oh god, what just dropped? Oh, that's a vape. Okay, let's look at this. This is from a month ago. And this is just because it's Sunday Fun Day. Honestly, I've got 0 comments on this right here. This is Emperor Penguin Chicks being seen diving off of the cliff for the first time ever. Alright, who's gonna go first? Oh, no, he thought about it. He's like, no, fuck that. I don't know about that idea I was having. Oh, no, almost. Go for it. You're a champion. Probably gonna get copyright struck for that. But hey, it was worth it. Oh, let's look at this. So this is in Iceland, where that volcano, which we've seen erupt many times this year, is taking over an entire road now as it approaches the town. And you can see that they're trying to build a berm, essentially, to try and stop it. But you can see already, just whatever, like 100 feet away, it's going right over it. Volcano, don't give a fuck about your berm.
The speed's a lot slower today than the previous two eruptions. Previous two eruptions were around, I think, about 1 kilometer per hour. The advancing lava front, and this is much, much slower.
Just slowly moving fire. I don't even care if it's moving fast. It's just still like, just kind of this one of those like nagging things you'd have in the back of your head. Okay, now let's go slightly east from Iceland to the UK, where some fantastic people decided to disrupt the Duke of Westminster's wedding in a protest against big oil. People are booing the earth as usual. Of course. Of course, boo the earth. That's fine. That's fine. We just live. We just live on it. Why wouldn't we be adversarial to the earth? The Duke has 10 billion. Is that true? Which Duke? Okay, oh god, 2 hours in. This is ridiculous. Who's in charge of this stream? Oh, gotta skip one, I feel like. Alright, let's look at this in Australia, where heavy rains have caused the east to flood.
Heavy rain brought flash flooding to Sydney, Australia on Saturday. Emergency services say they have conducted rescue operations in some of the worst hit areas. Local authorities have also issued evacuation orders for several low-lying suburbs of the city. Australia's weather service is urging residents to remain vigilant of another potential flooding.
The fact of the matter is, our dams are full, our waterways are full, our grounds are saturated. So the impact of the rain that we're having at any given time is having a much more profound effect. And as a result of that, we've invoked a number of warnings, evacuation warnings, areas that have been evacuated.
The weather has been contracting, and today most of New South Wales you will see only limited amounts of rainfall. But that does not mean that the risk is not there, because what we are going to see now is riverine flooding in many areas, particularly in the west of Sydney.
So yeah, the west of Sydney is getting slammed right now by rain. And the floods have ensued. Major floods worldwide. Yeah, I don't know how many floods we've looked at in the last couple months. Granted, it's monsoon season in a few places, and spring, but the level of flooding has been historic in most places that we've looked at, like Dubai, Texas, where else? Too many places to list. Let's go on to this. Oh, actually, no. Boy, I almost moved on to our global news. That was close. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. It really helps out. If you'd like to help out even more, well, guess what? You have one real good option right now. That is go on to Patreon and become a Galactic producer. That's right. By doing so, you gain access to space benefits unseen by the rest of the galaxy. Benefits like this, perhaps you notice some of the dancing people and artwork in front of you. Some of these have been added by your Galactic patrons. Things like that, Galactic shoutouts, as well as content, which I am trying to work on every single day, but is more of a new phenomenon. Alright, with all that said, that obligatory capitalist messaging, on to the Galactic intermission.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Do you know what we're here for? A fucking bitch.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Science. Right now. What now? So hot right now. Consequences.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Your name, please?
Don't be creepy.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It looks good, and it looks hard.
I see that you know your judo.
Okay. What's next on my list? Let's find out. Well, global news might be slightly less fun than American news and environmental news today. Perhaps unshockingly to some. But let's start. Wait, is it quiet? Oh, you're talking about... Never mind. I thought you were talking about the stream for a second. I was like, oh god, is it quiet? Nobody said anything until now? Yes, global news. Starting, though, with space, as usual. Like to leave the globe before we come back to it. This is from 2 days ago, where apparently, defying all odds, Boeing's Starliner spacecraft has actually completed a successful launch after thruster trouble, among other things.
A pandemic that wiped out...
No, what? Just happened? Oh, no, this one.
This is NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test Mission. It is the very first flight of astronauts aboard Starliner to the International Space Station.
The past 24 hours have been a testament to what it's about in human spaceflight, and really all the hard work that they poured into this spacecraft over many years to get us to this point. Toward the end of the day yesterday, I would say it was around 4:30 local time here in Houston, after they had performed some of the demos, we noticed a little bit of an increase in the helium leak rate that we talked about pre-launch. What we found also was 2 other leaks in port manifold 1, and that leak was a little larger than the ones we had seen before. As a precaution, because we didn't need the capability to have all the thrusters, we're just maintaining attitude, pointing the tail toward the sun. Now, we recovered 4 of these 5 thrusters, so what we did is once the thruster fails, when I say thruster fails, what I mean is the software sees something that it doesn't like about that thruster. So the thruster is maybe a little less thrust, or the thrust rise rate doesn't come up exactly the way that the software is looking for. I think we'll have to take a little bit more time to figure out what's going on with the thrusters. Again, the rest of the rendezvous went really well. The Vesta system, which is a navigation system, worked great the whole time.
Okay. Thank you, pal. You've been super, I wouldn't say helpful, but thank you. So yeah, Boeing did manage to get a spacecraft to the ISS, even though they can't seem to make planes anymore. They did manage to build a spaceship. Only took them, what was it, like 2 years? All right, maybe I'm exaggerating. Now I feel like I need to look it up. Why is there no good easy answer here? When did they start building it? Whatever. I give up. I give up. It's not important. I find it annoying that we keep subcontracting to private companies, but we can continue to enrich their stockholders, which, as we've talked about before, have been showered with money as Boeing is constantly doing stock buybacks, has been for decades now. Let's go to this. Let's go south to Argentina, where unions and organizations are protesting the government's food policy, which, if you're unaware, President Javier Milei has been slashing Argentinian social programs such as food policies, such as government universities, and pretty much anything you can think of. He is famous for partly not just being the president. Is it president? I always forget. The distinction's unnecessary. Not just being president of Argentina, but for having used a chainsaw in many of his political speeches to evoke an image of him slashing all the government programs. Well, people have been protesting these policies quite a lot, and here's another one.
La comida para los comedores populares, que en la Argentina han crecido como hongos producto de la desocupación, de la falta de trabajo, inclusive...
Sorry, I got distracted. Bad Lefty, are you getting paid by big caps lock? Alright, the food is for the soup kitchens that in Argentina have grown like mushrooms due to unemployment, lack of work, and...
Que en la Argentina han crecido como hongos producto de la desocupación, de la falta de trabajo, inclusive de los salarios muy bajos que hay, en los cuales mucha gente, para completar una comida diaria, 4 comidas diarias, tiene que necesariamente ir a un comedor popular, porque a veces no tiene para la cena o no tiene para la merienda.
Now, if you're unaware, Javier Milei decided to use the US dollar as a, what do you call it? Like a peg for the currency, essentially, internally, which caused serious problems with their currency. So inflation has been rampant in Argentina, much worse than other places. Not all other places, but many, especially like Western nations, which have, of course, been seeing inflation, but because of his decision to use the U.S. dollar, among other things, to essentially, and the thing is it just seems punitive to everybody in his country that happens to have Argentinian pesos, right? You would think people like retirees and things like that would be the first ones affected, but then eventually that just kind of translates to pretty much everybody who wasn't already swimming in United States dollars. I've heard there's been serious issues with even trying to, like in terms of like cash, you're trying to get US dollars for Argentinian pesos, you're getting like some sort of massive cut on what you would normally get. I don't know exactly what those numbers are, but you know, things like you show up with $1 and you get 50 cents or something, right? Now that's not an exact representation of what's happening, just a way to illustrate it. Okay. Let's look at this. Let's go across the pond to not the UK, but to Spain, where drag kings encourage younger voters from the LGBTQ community to vote in the EU election.
Aquí, mucho mejor aquí. Yo esta vez me maquillo sentada ahora. Me echo un...
Y para calurosa mi agenda, y de eso vengo a hablaros, y es que tenemos una cita el 9 de junio en las urnas.
Elecciones europeas.
Que ellas hablaran en primera persona como drag king, drag queen, y contaran y explicaran por qué era necesario votar, porque van a convencer mucho más que cualquier mensaje hecho de una manera más técnica.
El mensaje es que hay que ir a votar, que es importante sobre todo unirnos a la hora de conseguir los derechos, que por eso yo creo que las drags estamos constantemente en esa lucha, y a la vez la importancia de la implicación con la política, porque nosotros hacemos política de calle, ¿no?
Did I miss a word in there? I feel like I missed a word. Either way, yeah. People need to go vote in that EU election. Seriously. Because, well, you're about to see. You're about to see why they need to go do that. Not just in Spain. Let's go to Paris quickly before we actually talk about that. Just to kind of switch countries here. Paris Olympics organizers unveiled the Olympic rings. Ooh, the Olympic rings. Yay. Now, let's not forget that Paris is currently being accused.
It's fantastic. Today we celebrate the rings on the Eiffel Tower.
Not ethnic, social cleansing.
The greatest symbol of the
unhoused people off of their streets.
The rings in the middle of the
seeking
city
asylum,
with the Eiffel Tower.
Who were living nearby the or in the area where the Olympics are being held. They have been carted off to other places, and they don't actually have an adequate number of shelters to deal with them, so just kind of been shipped off to be out of the public eye. So let's not forget that about the Olympics. You love the Olympics? Yeah, it makes me sad. I love the Olympics too, at least the actual sporting events part of it, but then the rest of it just seems like nobody ever does it without doing something bad to people. And it's just very frustrating. It's very frustrating. Like, I feel like the older I get, the more criticisms I have of it. I feel like when I was growing up, I just couldn't get enough of the Olympics. You know, it was on, I was like, oh my god, why do we have to wait 4 years for this? And now I'm like, maybe we should wait a little longer. Oh god. What am I doing? Ah yes, to talk about France. That's what that was about. All right, so to start talking more about France's elections now, as they are having some stuff going on here. Which one do we start with? I guess with this one. This is, I guess they're both from the AP. But yeah, France's Emmanuel Macron, who is the president of France, he has dissolved the National Assembly and has called for legislative election after defeat in the EU elections.
Wait, what just happened? What did I do? This is not the one. Did it get deleted? Why did they delete it? Why would you do this? Come on, AP. Good God. That is ridiculous. Okay, AP deleted a video, so we won't be listening to Macron dissolving the National Assembly. We will, however, look at this, which was a, I think, essentially like a victory party for France's national rally, which is well ahead in the EU elections currently, according to projected results. If you're not familiar with France's national rally, that is the opposite party, essentially, of Emmanuel Macron's party, which is a very far-right party led by Marine Le Pen and a couple of other really distasteful people. Okay, let's watch this bullshit.
Dans un scrutin où le pouvoir aura jeté toutes ses forces dans la bataille, et ce jusqu'au président de la République, nos compatriotes ont exprimé ce soir une volonté de changement, mais aussi un chemin pour l'avenir. Ce message clair adressé à Emmanuel Macron et aux dirigeants européens marque la détermination de notre pays de voir l'Union européenne changer d'orientation pour aller vers davantage de démocratie, de protection, de considération pour les peuples d'Europe.
What he means by consideration and protection is anti-immigrant policies, right? You gotta get the non-French out of France. That's what this party's all about, essentially. I mean, they have a couple of other ideologies, but that's the main one that they seem to be the most upset about is, you know, brown people in France. Okay. Damn, I really wanted to listen to the Emmanuel Macron speech as well. Not cool, AP. Thanks for that. Let's look at this as well. Staying on the EU elections, where Germany has seen gains. Germany's far-right party, the, what's it called? I think it's called the AFD? AFP? Something like that. Germany's far-right party has gained in the EU elections as well.
Letzten Mal. AfD.
Wir hatten ja einen
We had a bumpy start and then
Wahlkampf
really caught up
und
in
haben
the final
nachher
spurt.
richtig im Endspurt aufgeholt nach den ganzen Unkenrufen nach.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
No, I don't usually agree with Alex Jones, but in this particular case, I think I might be on his side. I don't know.
Dem Sperrfeuer der letzten Wochen sind wir
You know, the second strongest
zweitstärkste
force.
Kraft.
I'm telling you,
Ich sage euch,
it's still
das
going
geht
up
noch nach
tonight.
oben heute Abend.
Still
Das
going
geht
up
noch nach
tonight.
oben.
That's bad. That's not good. Not a fan. Not a fan. And we've recently seen some pretty disturbing videos of sort of the far right resurgence in some of these Eastern European, not even just Eastern, just your EU nations in general, not even Eastern. We've seen it in Italy and Germany, and we've seen it in France and Spain. Was it Spain? No, am I thinking? Oh, I might be thinking about something else, actually. Too many things in my head. They're always getting mushed up in there, and I just have a complete breakdown in my brain. Okay. Now let's go to Africa. a place that we haven't talked about in the last few days, I want to say, at least ever since the South African election ended. I would say was the last time we talked about Africa. But this is something we have talked about in the past, but I think deserves some more talking. This is from Zatea by an individual you might be familiar with by the name of Mehdi Hassan. This is from 2 days ago. The Forgotten Genocide.
In case you haven't heard, there's a horrific genocide happening abroad right now. Thousands of innocent civilians have been brutally killed, children are starving, and it's currently the largest displacement crisis in the world. Now, you might think I'm talking about Gaza. Sadly, I'm not. I'm talking about Sudan, where innocent civilians have been caught in the middle as a civil war has turned proxy war, has turned genocidal war, at the center of which is a clash between the country's military and a powerful militia known as the Rapid Support Forces, or RSF. The fighting has been happening for over a year now, killing more than 14,000 people.
No, not the Congo or the DRC. Yes, the Sudan. Yeah, it's not the Sudan. Sudan. We've talked about this happening. It's been happening during this whole genocide happening in Gaza. There's also one happening southwest of Gaza here in Sudan, and it's multifaceted in its genocide the same way. Not the same way, but in very similar, sort of parallel ways is what's happening in Gaza. And fact is, the media has not been talking about it nearly at all. We have definitely spoken about it multiple occasions, but it's also hard to get information because there's not very many news outlets in Sudan. In fact, we listened to a video of an aid worker asking for news outlets to come to Sudan, and we really haven't seen an uptick in coverage since that time. Anyways, let's keep listening to this.
And displacing over 8 million as the RSF loots homes, rapes women and girls, and commits ethnic cleansing on the Masalit people and other non-Arab groups. The Sudanese military has also killed civilians, and there are warnings of an imminent famine for millions of Sudanese people. Just last month, the UN Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide said the war in Sudan is unfolding into a, quote, Rwanda-like genocide. All of this genocidal violence began just 4 years after what many hoped would be a new dawn for Sudan, when then dictator Omar al-Bashir was ousted in 2019 following months of protests. Sadly, Sudan's transition towards democracy fell apart just 2 years later when the country's military, together with the RSF, arrested the prime minister and threw civilians out of their power-sharing agreement. After that coup, though, the RSF and the Sudanese military, surprise, began their...
Is it a power vacuum? I wouldn't necessarily call it that so much. I mean, there's two main factions fighting each other, and there's been crimes seemingly committed on both sides of this conflict. They're being funded by different groups, more like nation states, honestly. Russia's involved to some degree, the West is involved to some degree. Also, there are internal sort of aspects to this with internal Sudanese ethnicities. It is kind of it's a clusterfuck more than a void. And I hate that. I hate that description, honestly. So we're gonna move on.
Own power struggle, culminating into the violent and vicious civil war that we see today. But wait, Mehdi, I don't see any civil war on my TV. Well, as Guardian columnist Nesrine Malik points out, the tragedy in Sudan has become so neglected, so underreported, so ignored, that many journalists themselves now refer to it as the, quote, forgotten war. Here on Mehdi Unfiltered, to make sure we don't forget and to offer some explanation on what's driving this genocide, is Nesrine Malik herself, an award-winning British Sudanese columnist for The Guardian. Nesrine, thanks so much for coming on the show. Before we get into the politics and the history of this, I know you must have family and friends still in Sudan. How are they doing right now? Are they okay? Are they safe?
Thank you for asking and thank you for having me on. They are okay, but it is increasingly difficult for them to remain safe. The way that it has played out over the past few months is that it's very hard to stay safe in one place.
Yeah, and the fact is not the safety in terms of avoiding bullets, essentially, to distill it down to one thing, is only one aspect of this situation, right? There is a literal, systemic forced starvation happening of, refugees currently living in like tent camps, or wherever they can find shelter right now. And we've been talking about how Sudan is on the brink of famine in the same way Gaza is, which is just so scary to think about, that there's multiple countries where this is happening. And the fact is, the population under threat in Sudan is even larger than the one in Gaza by a large margin. And I'm not trying to minimize any of these things. I'm just trying to give context to all this, because they're both just fucking human tragedies. I'm just trying to give scale here.
As you described, the war is unfolding at rapid speed and it's spreading throughout the country. But their experience so far has been to flee towns to smaller towns, to flee the capital into smaller towns, and then as the RSF progressed throughout the country, having to leave those smaller towns and then move to smaller villages. So it's a sort of running of the gauntlet that is still continuing, and people are being pushed further and further away from where they were based. But that is a dynamic that's happening all over the country. So you have people in the center being pushed to the east, people in the west being pushed further west, and also people in the center being pushed to the north. So that gives you an idea of the sort of churn of movement that has been happening.
Yeah, basically everybody's being forced into the desert. That's effectively what's happening. And I say it with a half chuckle because I think I might, just cry if I didn't laugh. This shit is just so just tragic. Okay, let's listen to another snippet of this before we move on.
These are two warring parties. Sudan is this very resource-rich country, strategically located. It's got Egypt to the north, Kenya to the south, South Sudan as well. And so it's seen as a country that if you back the right course, if you manage to invest in the right party, it's a low-cost investment for you, especially if you're a very wealthy country like the UAE. And if they prevail, you basically have captured the economy and the resources of the country for your own purposes. So there's a lot of that sort of future betting on who's going to win.
Before we finish, Nesrina, we have to address the elephant in the room. People are much more focused on the genocide in Gaza right now than they are on the genocide in Sudan. As someone who deeply cares about both Gaza and Sudan, what do you make of the difference in coverage of these two issues, the difference in attention and concern, the lack of people rallying around Sudan in the same way they did, say, 20 years ago over Darfur?
As you say, I care deeply about the two, and the Sudanese care deeply about Gaza as well, and I think resent the fact that Sudan isn't getting attention, resents that being used as a way to sort of delegitimize or invalidate support for Palestinians and people in Gaza in particular.
Yeah.
Look, it's part of it is human nature. Sudan has been a country in conflict for so long. It hasn't quite played out in this particular way, but for the sort of uninitiated, it's just an intractable war that this has been happening for the past 50, 60 years, but has now entered a new phase. So there's that aspect of it. You're a journalist. You understand how stories need to have a clear, sharp narrative. There isn't that narrative in Sudan. But then there's also an element of what you expect to see in African countries, you know, how we analyze African countries, how we talk about them. We don't tend to foreground their culture, their stability. This is something I've been trying to do since the war started, just to show that, you know, parts of Sudan, particularly Khartoum, were very stable, prosperous, peaceful areas before this started. So we don't tend to think of war happening in countries like Sudan as a profoundly tragic, destabilizing thing, and more as business as usual. And the third aspect is that we have information from Gaza. You know, we have social media, we have pictures, there is connectivity, and we just don't have enough. We don't have enough images, we don't have enough footage, and we don't have enough sort of galvanizing information.
Yeah, and that that is why, like I was saying before, that the journalists need to come in. The Western journalists need to go to Sudan. But they're, you know, too busy hiding behind the walls in Israel to make a stop in Africa. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't be, you know, covering what's happening there, but the fact is oftentimes I wish the Western media would just kind of get out of there, because all they do is just continue to feed us Hasbro and Israeli talking points and propaganda, and you know, they can't even be bothered. Well, granted, they're being kept from going to Gaza by Israel technically, but I guess my point is it would be nice to have some what do you call it, journalism happening. The fact is, there's a bunch of aid organizations in Sudan trying to help the situation, but, you know, that's where it's at. Let's just quickly look at this piece from Global News discussing this a little bit.
Dozens of bodies wrapped for burial in a Sudanese village. Around 100 victims, officials say, including children. The attack blamed on the Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, as it fights the Sudanese army in a civil war still largely ignored by the wider world.
Now, because of the quality of this video, I'm assuming it's not Global News' actual on-the-ground footage. It's just my guess.
Army footage shows its commander Abdul Fattah al-Burhan visiting the area in the aftermath. His forces accused of not doing enough to protect the village. The RSF has also been accused of even worse massacres in the western Darfur region. Under the leadership of Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo, also known as Hameti, they are attempting to take the last holdout city there, El Fasher. Satellite image analysis conducted at Yale University shows the ongoing and systematic burning of homes in El Fasher, a high rate of new graves, and signs that tens of thousands have fled. On Wednesday, the United Nations Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide said indicators for genocide in Sudan are present and increasing.
For the UN,
Yep, 18 million people in Sudan are under threat of starvation, and something needs to be done about that, for sure. It's nice to see Global News at least doing a piece about it. Now, it's pretty clear they didn't put any cameras on the ground, but I mean, if you didn't notice, all of that footage was from either X or from what appears to be the RSF's own YouTube page, which happens to be one of the actors in this conflict. So yeah, not great, but better than nothing. Let's move on to Israel, and because since I took a day off to make emotional support characters and to start making videos for the Patreon and for the page, didn't do a show yesterday, so now we've got just a literal freaking buttload of videos now on Israel to deal with, as just, oh god, what's happened over this weekend is just insane. Okay, let's start here. Where Biden made a, and if you haven't heard yet, Israel has managed to rescue 4 hostages. Now, you'll notice I used the word rescue because they did not get these hostages back by way of negotiating. And yeah, let's listen to this. This is from Biden, who made a speech at a meeting, a press conference, I think, where he went to France to speak with Emmanuel Macron and other EU leaders, and he said this about the return of the Israeli hostages.
Nous voulons obtenir la libération immédiate des otages. Et à ce titre, nous nous félicitons d'une solution durable et répondre aux demandes de sécurité des 2 peuples.
But before I begin my remarks, I want to echo President Macron's comments welcoming the safe rescue of 4 hostages that were returned to their families in Israel. We won't stop working until all the hostages come home and a ceasefire is reached. That is essential to happen.
Wow. What have you been doing aside from signing checks and or munitions shipments? Made one speech recently, which has been essentially just completely ignored by Israel and all of their governmental representatives, or at least most of them, especially the ones that count, like Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay, before we leave the United States, I actually wanted to look quickly at this. A lot of people have been talking about this. I figured we would quickly look at this. Can't remember what spot it was at. Anyway, if you're unfamiliar, Brianna Joy Gray got fired from The Hill, and the suggestions, the speculations, and whatnot seem to be that, or at least the consensus on all this seems to be that she was fired for this interview.
Just think about yourself being in one of the countries inside the US, being attacked from Mexico, let's say like that. Do you think that the United States Army or the Biden administration or any other administration for that matter will be quiet until this terror group will be eliminated, that we will have this threat for the entire lives?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an...
Oh my God. Israel is a threat to all Palestinians. So, what's, what's with the pearl clutching?
For the entire lives?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an interesting analogy. I don't think that we would endeavor to eliminate all Mexicans if that were to happen, right? I think that we've had 7 months of a siege.
Is that what she said?
All Palestinians, but let's talk again about my sister.
I missed that part of it.
My sister is a woman. She's 23 years old. She's being held by a group of terrorists that can do anything they want to her.
What?
You're a woman. You know how it feels like to feel unsafe.
Hamas can do anything it wants? If Hamas can do anything it wants, why is the state of Israel still a thing? Supposedly, Hamas wants all of the state of Israel to be demolished and all Israelis dead. And So if they can do whatever they want right now, how are any of those things? It's very contradictory.
To feel like a man can control you, to hug you or touch you in a way that you don't want to. But you will have your phone and you can call your mom or the police or tell someone to come rescue you. And you still be at home, so when he will release you, maybe you can go home or go to complain. And she can't.
Yeah, Yarden, I think the question is...
do anything to help her.
I think the question is, so many other hostage families who've been protesting Netanyahu seem to believe that what would help their family members come home sooner is if Netanyahu would agree to a ceasefire and a hostage release deal to really prioritize what you're saying. Prioritize getting your sister home where she can be safe and have the medical attention it seems that she very much needs.
You're very right, but sometimes throughout those deals, we saw that Hamas wasn't agreeing anything at all.
What? What is she coming out here and say? Just out here to say complete lies? You think that she was a hill plant to bait Brianna Joy Gray into an actionable termination? Wow, that's going deep. That's going deep into the rabbit hole. I had not even considered that, but she's just coming out here just saying wildly just inaccurate stuff. It's factually inaccurate, right? We all know that Israel has turned down like deal after deal after deal that had been already agreed to by Hamas. We already know that the majority of returned Israeli hostages have been through the one and only ceasefire that was agreed to.
Right now, we have a new deal that the Israeli administration put on the table that Biden is vouching her this deal. And I'm really hopeful that Hamas will show the world that he cares about his own citizens and will say yes to this.
Wait, Hamas? Is Hamas just one person? What the fuck is she saying? She really hopes Hamas will come and tell everybody that he cares about his own citizens? What?
Because if they say...
Does she think that Hamas is like Godzilla or something?
I'm really hopeful that everyone can see the true face of terror.
So there has been there was a temporary ceasefire earlier in which some hostages were released in exchange for Palestinian prisoners, and there was an end to the fighting for a period for a few days. That was back in December, I think that was. November. Do you think is there an opportunity to have another one of those arrangements and then delay the kind of...
Why is Robbie asking her this question right now? She's just not to minimize her importance, but she's the sister of a hostage. She's not involved in the negotiations. She has literally zero. And we've already seen just how much Benjamin Netanyahu cares about these people, right? Like, he does not give a shit about the families of the hostages. Let's get that straight to begin with. But to think that somehow she would have the answer to this question as to what can be done is very odd to me. I don't know what he's expecting out of this.
Attempt to address the broader question of Israel's government wanting to get rid of
Okay, this isn't why Brian. Hold on. Never mind. We'll just keep playing.
And putting that further down the path while more of the hostages and the Palestinian prisoners are exchanged.
I'm not sure what was your question with that said. Yeah,
what would you support that happening?
Of that, but I'm not...
Even she's at a loss. Even she's like, Robbie, I don't know why you're asking me this question. I genuinely can't really comment. Whoa, why are we muted? Unmute.
I'm not a politician, I'm not representing the Israeli government. I'm not representing anyone except myself.
That is the only intelligent thing she said the entire time.
Sister and the women community, maybe around the world.
She represents
I can't say that I'm
all
representing
women
any
now?
more of that. I don't know what.
Sorry, hold on. Ladies, does this woman here represent you? One's in chat if she represents you. Two's if she doesn't.
Going on in their meeting of the cabinet. I don't know what is going on the negotiation team. It's not my job to perform. My job is to take care of my sister and to show the world what is really going on right now. What is really going on to my sister. What has really what really happened on October 7th. I don't know if
3, you're a man. Fair point. Fair
know
point.
Zaka organization, but they have the worst pictures of what Hamas has done to the women during the October 7th attack.
Yeah,
And
unfortunately, we are very familiar with Zaka, but regrettably, the reporting has been roundly discredited by both Israeli and American media sources. So I really would like to bring this back to your sister specifically. And I want to ask you about what you make of new reports.
Because I saw the pictures with my own eyes. And when you will have a sister in a terror organization's hand, you will know the feeling of terrifying every minute of every day. Can't sleep at night, can't even drink a sip of water because I know that my sister.
Oh my God. The entire world's pearl supply is at risk right now because this woman is just clutching. I mean, just systemically, like chronically.
Drinking salt water from the sea. That she's not getting food and the terrorist is eating in front of her face.
Yeah, Yardin, I really hope your sister does get water and food, and I hope that, I'm sure you're aware of the ample reporting of Israel blocking aid, food and water to Gaza in a way that is hurting both the people of Gaza and the hostages, right?
Most of the trucks are getting inside Gaza. I don't know if you saw.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Alex Jones has been right twice tonight. This woman's fucking just dangerous to herself. She appears to be completely detached from reality.
Civilians, they're not giving their own civilians the humanitarian aid that everyone is so eager to give them. And I'm not against that. I'm a nurse in my profession.
So I think it might have actually been that sigh right there, right? This is it, right? This is the moment.
Most of the trucks are getting inside Gaza. I don't know if you saw.
Right there. That look right there is what got her fired, I believe. Her rolling her eyes, quote unquote, and making something of a face when she said, all the aid is getting into Gaza. I don't know how many videos we've seen just on this channel in particular of the aid being not let into Gaza. It's the very end. Okay, either way, it was very similar behavior to that. And I don't think we need to watch this whole thing. I personally don't. But, yeah. Wild. I just think they were sick of having her around. Okay. Let's go to this from a couple of days ago here from Al Jazeera. According to them, Israel has been blacklisted by the UN for violations against children.
For the first time, Israel is being named among those who commit grave violations against children during armed conflict. the designation part of an annual United Nations report by the Secretary General. The move comes as more than 15,000 children have been killed in the past 8 months during Israel's war on Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has reacted angrily to the news of his country being named to the so-called blacklist, or list of shame as it's commonly known. He posted on social media the UN has put itself today on the blacklist of history. Riyad Mansour,
Wow.
I don't want reality.
Wow, buddy. The UN put itself on the blacklist of history when it adopted the absurd claims of Hamas. Oh, so claiming that Israel's killing children are the claims of Hamas, and therefore just unacceptable, right? Wow. How about our eyes? How about our lying eyes? Because haven't just seen claims. I've seen the bodies of children on this stream. God, the rest of I can barely read the rest of this. I keep looking at it and I'm having some sort of a schism in my brain trying to read it. Let me finish Benjamin Netanyahu's tweet. The IDF is the most moral military in the world, and no quote-unquote flat earth decision by the UN Secretary General can change that. Wow. This dude is he knows that he's basically at bunker territory right now.
Has put itself today on the black.
Like last night, when I got done with working on stuff, I watched part of a Netflix series that has recently come out. I had a lot of flashes to current events.
List of history. Whoa. Riyad Mansour, Palestine's ambassador to the UN, has welcomed the news. It's an important step in the right direction towards ending the double standards and the culture of impunity Israel has enjoyed for far too long, and that left our children vulnerable to its consequences, he posted. The report has yet to be made public, but Gilad Erdan, Israel's UN ambassador, unexpectedly posted on social media the recording of a call he received from the Secretary General's office, giving him a courtesy heads up they would be included. The UN was upset that he did that.
Yeah, no kidding.
Ambassador Erdan's video recording of that phone call and the partial release of that recording on Twitter is shocking and unacceptable. And frankly,
so they get a warning, and instead of, I don't know, heeding that, or at least using that warning to somehow inform their decisions, they decided to use it as a way to get social media clout, I guess. It's a weird decision for a nation state.
Something I've never seen in my 24 years serving this organization.
Okay.
For years, Israel has fought hard to be kept off the list, despite countless incidents of abuse and killing of Palestinian children. ISIL, Boko Haram, Russia, and Afghanistan are just some of the parties to conflict that have been named in previous years.
While the spokesperson for the Secretary General said he would not be making any comments about the details of the report until it's released, he said the report will speak for itself. And while being included on the list will not have any immediate consequences for Israel, it could have political and diplomatic ramifications.
Yep. A lot of those kinds of ramifications for Israel right now. Not a lot of real world ones quite yet, but my optimism bone just keeps kind of hoping for it. Because at this point, none of this can be allowed to continue and still have rules-based world order. It's out of control. And, you know, I just want to point this out, right? There's been 7 Israeli hostages rescued so far. Rescued is the operative word. Now there's been, I think, over 100, maybe even 200. No, it's like either 100 it was some large number that was released during the first ceasefire. That completely dwarfs the number rescued. Now, what really, truly dwarfs the number rescued is the number of Palestinians killed. And I've just been considering it recently. Let's just do it this way, actually, right? Because people who lost arms and legs and feet and other parts of their body, their sight, their hearing, whatever else, their family, they count too. But let's talk about deaths and casualties, right? Combined for a second. So estimations are what? Around 40,000 dead. And I think it's over this number, but I'm just guessing right now because if it's over, I'm sure it is actually. But the last time I checked it, it was like 75,000 injured, like casualties, if you will, that didn't die but had severe wounds. What is that? 115,000, right? 115,000 divided by 7 is 16,428.57. We're going to round up because we're not going to play that game. If you killed 57% of a human, you'd say they're pretty dead, or at least a casualty. So that's going to be 16,429 Palestinians have either been killed or wounded. That's including men, women, and children. Per rescued Israeli hostage. In what other context would anyone ever accept this? The fact that that this has gone on as long as it has with people accepting it, granted, we've seen there being a shift in that recently, but you would think that the West would have said something a bit sooner than this, because this is just... this is disgusting, okay? 16,429. Peace is the only way. Ceasefire is the only way. Hostage release on both sides is the only way. In no way is bombing Gaza helping. You can't argue that it's helping get hostages back, even with 4 in recent days. There's no way to argue it. You can't do it because the only way to do it is to justify, or attempt to justify, 16,000 to 1 casualties to rescued hostages. Which, if you're prepared to do that, I'm prepared to say you should probably also be lining up at the ICJ. 2 days ago, let's look at this. This is from the AP, where settlers have set fire to a West Bank village, wounding several people and destroying buildings, while the world just watches them, I guess. So this is at Kusra on the West Bank. As you can see, massive fires are breaking out all over the place. Settlers have started these fires. I just, this is one of those things where I'm just like, I don't even know what to say. Like, we know that this is kind of stuff is going on and that it needs to stop. And yet the international community has allowed these settlements to go on for years, right? Decades, in contravention of humanitarian law. And this kind of violence has accompanied those settlements since the very beginning. Granted, things have certainly escalated with what's been happening, but We should have already done something about this, right? That's the level of seriousness that I expect our world leaders to take this with, and yet we keep seeing such garbage coming out of Biden, like just cheering these 4 fucking hostages, and it's like, dude, like, what have you done to actually help with the peace? Absolutely nothing. You've done the opposite of that. I can think of only one example, and it's what we talked about. We already talked about it today. It was the supposed pressure that was put on, that pressure which was completely ignored by Benjamin Netanyahu, and has, he's only stepped up things since that. Before we talk about that stepping up of attacks, let's look at this from Democracy Now! From 2 days ago, where they had on an expert who has been analyzing Israel's widespread use of white phosphorus, not just in Gaza, but also in Lebanon. I believe he works for Human Rights Watch. Let's go to this. Not you. Yes, you.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. Israeli forces have illegally dropped white phosphorus munitions on densely populated residential areas in southern Lebanon, forcing many residents to flee. That's according to a new report by Human Rights Watch documenting Israel's use of the chemical in at least 17 municipalities across southern Lebanon since October, including...
I just want to remind everybody that we justified our attacks on Syria and our funding of different factions in Syria on this very thing, using chemical weapons on people. Same thing for Iraq. And meanwhile, Israel's gassing people. Well, not gassing, but using white phosphorus on people, and
5
look the
towns
other way.
where the shells struck several residential buildings. White phosphorus poses a high risk of excruciating burns and lifelong suffering, and its use as an incendiary weapon in civilian areas is a war crime, which under U.S. law should have implications for continuous military aid to Israel. The Intercept's Ryan Grimm questioned State Department spokesperson Matt Miller Thursday about the Human Rights Watch report.
We've seen tons of reports now about the use of white phosphorus by the IDF. 17 municipalities across southern Lebanon since October, according to HRW.
I gotta say, it's just so good to see Ryan Grimm in these White House press briefings. It's exactly where he belongs.
Tons of reports now about the use of white phosphorus by the IDF. 17 municipalities across southern Lebanon since October, according to HRW. So does the U.S. have any policy that with regard to the use of white phosphorus?
So
setting aside whether or not these individual incidents occurred.
Yeah. So white phosphorus is something that's commonly used in military operations to produce smoke, to obscure ground forces, mark locations, or provide illumination. And just the usage by itself is not something that's prohibited under international humanitarian law. But as with any type of military operation, civilians can't be targeted if white phosphorus.
Right. Like if you just nuke a deserted island, not a war crime. If you nuke a major metropolitan area or like a village or something, definitely a war crime. Thanks, Matt. So glad we have you and your knowledge from past work at the DOJ to help us understand this.
Is used. Precautions have to be taken to minimize harm to civilians, and it's incumbent on countries to use white phosphorus in ways that are consistent with international humanitarian law.
Are these incidents concerning that Human Rights Watch is saying that they were?
He's choosing his words so carefully. He doesn't want to admit that Israel did it.
And it's incumbent on countries to use white phosphorus in ways that are consistent with international humanitarian law.
Are these incidents concerning that Human Rights Watch is saying that they were outside the bounds of.
So I've seen the reports, but that is the type of thing that we'd have to take a look at and assess.
Oh, you'd have to take a look at it, dude. You work at the fucking State Department, Matt. You work at the fucking State Department, and if you're gonna try and sit around here and tell us that somehow you're not aware of the claims that Israel has used white phosphorus that have been alleged since the very beginning of this conflict, where the fuck have you been, dude? And look at the look on his face. He knows inside that they did it. He knows it. He knows it, and he's like, oh, it's my job to pretend that it never happened. How do I make it sound like they didn't do anything wrong?
Illegal.
Department spokesperson Matt Miller being questioned by The Intercept's Ryan Grimm. After one Israeli attack on October 15th, at least 2 people from the village of Bustan had to be rushed to the hospital after inhaling white phosphorus smoke. Lebanon's Ministry of Public Health says at least 173 people have been injured in the white phosphorus attacks, which have also caused hundreds of forest fires in Lebanon. For more, we go to Beirut, where we're joined by Ramzi Kais, a researcher in the Middle East and North Africa Division at Human Rights Watch, investigating human rights abuses in Lebanon, lead author of the group's new report called Lebanon, Israel's White Phosphorus Use Risks Civilian Harm. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Ramzi. Just lay out what you understand is happening in southern Lebanon right now when it comes to the use of Israeli military use of white phosphorus.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you for having me. As you noted, we released a report today documenting Israel's widespread use of white phosphorus in South Lebanon. And what we found is that this widespread use is putting civilians at grave risk and also contributing to displacement. As part of our research, our arms experts and digital investigations team reviewed over 100 photos and videos and identified the use of white phosphorus munitions in 47 of them. And when possible, we geolocated or precisely identified where those munitions had fell. In total, we found that white phosphorus was used in at least 17 municipalities, stretching from southwest Lebanon near the Mediterranean all the way to the southeast near the occupied Golan Heights. And in 5 of those municipalities, we identified the use of white phosphorus munitions over
You don't want to let Trump win again. I understand. And the fact is the right's certainly not going to criticize Biden for giving Israel weapons, right? It's basically the quote unquote far left job to criticize in this moment, essentially, right? Because once again, we've heard the right, the second that Biden said, oh, not these particular bombs, the entire Republicans, like the entire GOP, right, in Congress and in the Senate, they fucking just had a goddamn meltdown, right, and passed a bill to make sure that none of it was held up, right? And you know, like the fact is that even with all of this, even if it's so incrementally, it's almost impossible to quantify. Well, not impossible, but it's very frustrating. You know, Biden is technically better than Trump, right? But it is the most annoying argument to try and make in this moment, because there's nothing. Biden just keeps throwing any support that he had in everyone's face and doing the exact opposite of what he should be doing, right? And we have to keep pointing that out, like because no one else is going to pressure him, right? Literally. I'd rather try to pressure Biden than Trump into something. If someone asked me, you know, like, who do you think you could get to cave on, I don't know, on the border or whatever, right? Like, I would probably pick Biden on most things, right? But it's just, there's been so much recently. Like, the fact is, like, we've recently looked at what he did at the border, which is the exact opposite of what I was just trying to say, right? Like, he completely, you know, he's completely shut the border down. Like, no one's allowed to come in who's seeking asylum, essentially, right? The only way to get in is by like having like non-asylum related legal reasons to come into the country, even if you're, I don't know, trying to avoid being genocided. And it's absolutely disgusting to me, right? And especially in the midst of a situation where we're creating refugees actively with our policies, right? It's in contravention to everything that I believe, right? And it frustrates me that he's the only. There's two choices, right, in this election, right? And it's about time we did something about that as well, to be perfectly frank. And what would take a lot of pressure off of people, honestly, is if we would do the thing that we were talking about before, which was the abolishing of the Electoral College, which technically we don't need that many states to get on board with, where we would have a lot more chances at electing better people. But for instance, like on things like climate, I feel like you could push Biden further than Trump almost, without having to even make the argument. I think we all know that that's true. Doesn't mean I don't have a lot of criticisms for his climate policy, especially, I don't know, like the first 2 years of his presidency, where he approved a historical number of oil and gas projects in complete contravention of all of his promises during his campaign. I'm sorry, I'm gonna get off of this. I'm arguing with myself right now. Okay, let's go to this. This is from Channel 4 News. If you haven't heard about this somehow, this is from 3 days ago, where Israel struck a UN school in Gaza, where it was known that thousands of civilians were sheltering.
The terrorists inside this school were planning more attacks against Israelis, some of them imminent. We stopped a ticking time bomb. This is what it was. Our intelligence indicated that the terrorists were operating from inside these 3 classrooms. 3 classrooms. We delayed our strike twice because we identified civilians in the area. We had aerial surveillance that had been monitoring the Hamas compound for a few days. We conducted the strike.
I didn't do this. I was considering it. Because I literally watched this video multiple times earlier. All this is a picture of a building with 2 squares drawn on it in Photoshop. I could do that. It doesn't mean anything. You see zero activity in this video of anybody moving in those or any other sort of intel. It's just they've drawn 2 red boxes and a target on it and said that's Hamas there. So justified. Fact is, there was dozens of civilians, specifically women and children in this instance, who died.
Operating from inside these 3 classrooms. 3 classrooms. We delayed our strike twice because we identified civilians in the area. We had aerial surveillance that had been monitoring the Hamas compound for a few days.
So this is just admission that they knew civilians were there and just decided that didn't matter and decided to strike it. The Gaza Health Authority has already released the numbers. Literally, I think it was like 27 women and children died, and 13 men.
We conducted the strike once our intelligence and surveillance indicated that there were no women or children inside the Hamas compound.
And yet, they're dead.
Inside those classrooms. Despite the complex operational conditions, our Air Force used precise munitions to target the 3 specific classrooms that the terrorists were hiding inside.
These people need to be tried at The Hague. Put in prison. This is just no. This is unacceptable. They just continue to come out and lie to our faces, right? Regardless of the actual evidence, video footage, the reports put out by the Palestinian Health Authority. And in fact, they have decided to turn it up even further. And believe me, their explanations will not be getting any better. This is from a day ago, where Israel killed more than 200 people in a single attack on central Gaza, according to the government media office. Oh, God damn it. Hold on.
Nearly 30 Palestinians were killed Friday after Israeli military strikes in central and southern Gaza. Chris Lucey is in Tel Aviv with the latest. What can you tell us, Chris?
Israeli forces no signs of slowing their pursuit.
Hush. I genuinely hate you guys. You're here as a hate watch, so don't get all excited. Al Jazeera, please. Yes, I know it's going to be graphic. Thanks so much.
Carnage again in Gaza. This is the moment Israeli forces shelled the Nusayrat camp. The attack was relentless. Fighter jets struck residential areas near a hospital in Deir al-Balah. Bodies lie on the streets. Rescue workers take great risks to reach the targeted areas. This was the scene at the nearest hospital. Chaos, fear, and grief. Anxious parents desperately ask about their children. This woman is told her loved one didn't survive one of the attacks. A father struggles to find the right words to say goodbye to his dead son. He pauses and then says, "My dear, this is Dad, and I want to say hello."
Israeli forces have targeted, without any warning, 4 houses hosting a lot of people. The forces advanced towards East Deir al-Balah and forced Palestinians to leave the areas.
Local people couldn't believe what's happening. Evicted from their homes, displaced time and again, they had to flee the area once again. They have suffered greatly during the last 8 months, but today they think only about escaping death and protecting their children.
One of the messages I just received was the fact that they were working in the emergency department, that it was a bloodbath, and that it was extremely hot.
The Israeli army said it targeted Hamas and Islamic Jihad hideouts, as well as military infrastructure. But health officials in Gaza insist most of the casualties are children and women. Hashim Al-Bara, Al Jazeera.
You have no doubt that Trump and Stephen Miller would do the same to us? Oh yeah. Don't forget his son-in-law. Why can't I think of his name right now? Oh God, this is hurting me. Jared Kushner. Yes. Okay, you all jumped on that one really quickly. But yeah, don't forget Jared Kushner. Are you familiar with what Jared Kushner said live on camera after October 7th? But yeah, the beachfront properties. Yeah, he said that they need to hurry up with the with the bulldozing, and the the carpet bombing, if you will, so they can get to rebuilding the waterfront of Gaza for Israel, essentially, right? I mean, wild, just wild stuff. So yeah, no, I mean, of course he's not going to be better. We all know that. But it's like, the fact is like, the bar is so low to be better, and yet somehow he's not better. Why can't we get a higher bar, people? Can we get a higher bar somewhere? Is there a higher bar available? Wait, didn't Diane, what's her name? Not Diane Weiss. I just want to call her that. Oh god, my brain just broke. Who re-entered the race? My brain is just so mushy today. I can't think of anything. Who re-entered the race? Of course, I can't think of it. Marianne, thank you. Marianne Williamson. Didn't someone? I feel like someone told me that she re-entered, but I don't know if that's true. I mean, I would definitely take that if that was an option. Ay, ay, ay. Where are we? Oh, okay. So let's watch these. Okay. We just got done watching Al Jazeera tell us what happened. Now let's see how NBC and CBS want to tell us about this. Oh shit, how am I out of my playlist? Dude, every time that this happens with the fucking... Oh god, so annoying. Whenever there is a
nearly 30 Palestinians
warning,
were killed
totally
Friday after Israeli military strikes in Nearly 30 Palestinians were killed Friday after Israeli military strikes in central and southern Gaza. Chris Livesay is in Tel Aviv with the latest. What can you tell us, Chris?
Israeli forces show no signs of slowing their pursuit of Hamas around Rafah just a day after international scrutiny over an airstrike on a school where thousands of Palestinian civilians had been sheltering. Hiding behind them, however, were dozens of terrorists from both Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad using...
Did you just hear how CBS has framed this? I think they must have gotten like some kind of a wire from the IDF before doing this story. But to come out here and frame it that way is disgusting. It is fucking disgusting. For a journalistic outlet to say, to frame it as though the death of the Palestinians in this case are not the people dropping the bombs, but the people dropping the bombs are accusing of being there, which we have no evidence of, I would point out. Aside from that one picture with 2 red squares drawn on a building, we have zero evidence of there even being Hamas in there. And how would it justify killing 40 civilians? Like, what in the actual fuck are they doing over there at CBS?
Civilians as human shields, according to an Israeli spokesman who said they, quote, systematically operate from schools, UN facilities, hospitals, and mosques. Now, Israel did not deny that civilians were also killed. 2 independent weapons experts tell CBS News that it appears Israel used U.S.-made GBU-39 bombs. And those are the same ones used at a camp for displaced Palestinians last month that left some 45 dead. Yet another example of how America is both behind some of Israel's munitions and some of Gaza's meals.
Oh my God. This is not reporting. This is not what reporting looks like, people. Good fucking God. some of their munitions. Like, try like 80% or more. And then to suggest that we're the ones providing their meals, I'm not sure in what way he means, or what CBS is meaning by that. Because first off, the aid pier, which was supposed to be providing people meals, right, which we've been claiming is going to be the great solution to all of this, broke, right? The $350 million pier broke, so there's no aid coming from that. They still haven't fixed it, actually. And we haven't been doing any more airdrops. There had been some airdrops at one point, which actually killed Palestinians when it fell on their heads. It's just weird for him to frame it like that as a journalist, to suggest that we are the ones helping get aid to Palestinians. It's beyond laughable, actually. Unless you mean American civilians, like the ones who were murdered by the IDF from the WCK, and other aid organizations while trying to get aid to Palestinians. If that's what you meant, then probably should have been more specific. But no, they spent most of their time just describing the actual bombs rather than the horrors that they created, or talking about any of the other context necessary to actually talk about all this. And we're going to skip this NBC Bay Area one because it's even more laughable. Perhaps not shockingly. Because I'm just getting frustrated with the goddamn mainstream bullshit coming out of these people's mouths. What's next? No shit. Okay, yeah, let's go to this. This is another Al Jazeera video. They had Marwan Bashara on to discuss this recent Israeli rescue of 4 hostages.
After 8 months in captivity, they are finally home. Today, Israeli forces rescue.
No.
Let's turn now to Marwan Bashara. He's Al Jazeera's senior political analyst, and he comes to us via Skype from Paris. Marwan, it's such a juxtaposition of, on the one hand, you've got jubilant scenes in Israel, and then distressing images out of Gaza, massive loss of life. What do you make of this moment?
Yes, I think this is probably the most tragic aspect of it all. There's one thing for families and loved ones to celebrate the return of captives, and they are 4 families. But for the Israeli government and the American government to turn it into some kind of a national holiday, that is just so tragic and so short-sighted.
The fact is like, I was suggested probably in the ballpark, and this is, I think, being generous to them, honestly, and like keeping it conservative. Probably like 40 videos between the majority of news organizations that I follow.
It's just bewildering for them to think that this is a lesson for more to come rather than a major failure of this government. After more than 40 captives have already died, after more than 40,000 Palestinians have already been killed, they want to celebrate the rescue of 4 captives that could have been easily rescued in any exchange deal.
Where does that come
how
from?
Short-sighted could any politician be, but the exception, a cynical politician like that of Benjamin Netanyahu. He's so cynical that he is ready to turn any such Pyrrhic victory into a major personal heroism and heroism of the Israeli military. That, of course, launched an offensive with, as we've just been reporting, with all kinds of heavy artillery and heavy weaponry, killing some 100 Palestinians in the vicinity in order to liberate.
Yeah, I mean, his numbers are actually low. According to the ones we just looked at, it was over 200 people that were killed to do it.
For hostages. Now, let me be clear. I personally would never condone taking civilian hostages. But it also makes me think why Hamas did not kill them when they were under attack. Why Hamas fighters did not kill the hostages. I think this is something to ponder for a long time to come. Because if Hamas really wanted to hurt those civilian Israelis, they would have certainly killed them as soon as they came under attack.
And Marwan, what do you make of the timing?
Well, you know, this is 8 months into the war. So as I've been saying, we can't call it a victory. This is just luck, a pure luck. The Israelis are so short-sighted that they forgot that they've been in a war for 8 months, caused the killing of 43 of their own captives, and in the process led Israel to the bottom of the bottom. And every time you think Israel will hit bottom, it just finds a way to get to another low. And now we're seeing Gaza, 220 killed in one day. I mean, we're back to the high numbers of Palestinian tragedy. And anyone thinks that this resolves Israel problem.
Maybe I'm wrong. I take it back. Because now he just referenced that 220 numbers. Now I'm thinking I must have missed something. They killed even more people than I thought. Who's this guy? What? I feel like we've seen like dozens of videos with Marwan Bashara in them.
Does not understand.
He's an Al Jazeera journalist.
In the past 75 years. Israel has not won anything today. This is not a victory. This is just utter stupidity and short-sightedness. Because holding an entire people, the Palestinian people, hostage for 56 years, that's something to reckon with. That's not going to be resolved by rescuing 4 hostages. And what about the other 100+ Israeli captives in Hamas hands? What's going to happen to them now? I think the short-sightedness is probably one of the worst qualities in any politicians. And in Israel, there are plentiful of these, and apparently also in the United States.
Yep.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Yeah, actually, Bad Lefty's saying it more accurately than I am saying it. I don't think he's technically a journalist. He's a political contributor. May have overshot it there with the journalist. I have to look him up to be sure, which I'm doing now. Just hard to remember every single person's job on the face of the planet. Author, columnist. A columnist technically counts you as a journalist, so I'm going to count him as a journalist. Even though usually columnist technically makes an editorial. So, yeah, it's really just 6 of one, half dozen of the other these days. Okay, let's go on to this. This is from a day ago, where journalists were seen evacuating Al-Aqsa Hospital following an Israeli threat against a nearby Palestinian police tent, I guess? Is that right? Oh shit, I forgot I have to translate for this. The police tent is under threat. Which is next to the journalist tent. A threat to the police tent, so colleagues are evacuating. Threatening the police tent inside. The Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital is next to the tent. The evacuating process is underway. Journalists in the area of the evacuating process. Some broken speech. Fellow journalists evacuated the area. Police tent is under threat.
يعني الزملاء غادروا المكان يعني وكأن اليوم أشبه
It's just absolute chaos that is completely preventable. It's preventable by literally one group of people. They can decide this pretty quickly. Of course, it's deliberate. They've been attacking all reporters, all health workers, any infrastructure, any sort of civilian infrastructure related stuff, including, of course, police, which is, in Gaza right now, kind of non-existent, really, which is why I assume they're in a tent. Okay. The voters? Wait, what? What is that in reference to, DJ? Okay. Oh, shit. We are in our last video already. This happened. Already. My God. Okay. Well, let's do this. This is from the Associated Press from a day ago. Palestinians in the Jabalia refugee camp are all struggling with water scarcity right now, and well, this is a very short video just showing you exactly what they mean by that.
مشكلة حقيقية يعني مشكلة حقيقية كما ترى يعني نحن ننتظر أحد المتبرعين معارضين الطريق.
Sorry. I was just kind of stuck with that image in my head.
مشكلة حقيقية يعني مشكلة حقيقية كما ترى يعني نحن ننتظر أحد المتبرعين معارضين الطريق وعابرين عابر السبيل يشوفوا يحن علينا يجيب لنا مياه فيش عندنا مياه فيش عبار فيش ولا حاجة في مصيبة مصيبة كانت غير طبيعية كانت كبرى الحياة بالمي فيش مي فيش حياة.
Children sitting on empty plastic containers waiting to get water. That's what Palestine is right now. It needs to stop. Ceasefire now. Well, it looks like we made it through another one, chat. Today's stream felt even longer and more arduous than usual. So that's what happens when you take a day off from Doom. Well, that's it for me. I'll see you next time. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. can't forget this. Oh no. Oh, there it is. Stream is freezing. These are your Galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Midi, PB, Robot Cat, Orbius Dragon, BNT Cobradist, Moanoa, Nadia, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James S. That's right. These folks here made the right choice and have decided to help produce this show you're watching right now. You can do the same thing by clicking that link in chat. Oh, I can't forget this. Now, I nearly forgot, but can't do that. It's my galactic obligation to bring to you the galactic benefactors. These three individuals that you see in front of you, well, you will be seeing in front of you, have all decided to go above and beyond. You know, they thought, you know, the Galactic News Network is so important to me. Wait, hold on. I realized there it is, back. Yep, here. People like PB. And, yeah, PB is a lovely individual that we see in chat pretty often. Same thing for Nadia. All of these galactic benefactors, well, they said, I want to support the Galactic News Network even more than your average patron. And therefore, this message is a necessity to relay that to you. Anyway, chat, back to the Galactic